Alright, guys, I am here. I know I'm hella late, okay? Not a good health day or otherwise. Yeah, so, I'm just, I got a lot going on. Anyway, uh, caught some snippets of bullshit. As, I couldn't sleep off and on. And then, stuff was occurring this morning and definitely couldn't sleep, so. Caught snippets. Must be cat 30. Anyway, that's about all I could manage of these streets and stupid snippets. Otherwise, we're just going back to real life shit, trying to put things together. With other things. Anyway, uh, I think there's a couple points of bullshit. And, I'll go ahead and just leap through now. One of those being this horse shit.
Alright guys, what is going on? Hope you're having a good day. Tomorrow's Friday. We're almost to the weekend. Alright, so what I want to do today is address some comments on my last video. For some reason, my last video really stirred some people up.
Sure it did.
Right.
I'm sure it did.
Am I striking a nerve?
Oh, of course you are.
With this whole, giving Summer away or a private adoption to
whatever.
keep them from going to prison due to a CPS investigation.
This guy.
It sounds like I've struck a nerve.
Alright.
Interesting.
Most people have no clue that in 2023 the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical.
Who the fuck makes sense?
So let me read one of the comments here, and I'll address them.
Oh yeah.
There's some stuff people don't really understand. They're not. Some of you guys ain't thinking before leaving some of these comments. That's okay. That's okay. Because when you're talking about Dawn and Candace,
not thinking is over on Don B's channel. Who would ever thought that? Good God of mine.
You're, criminals, okay? Got to think like a criminal, guys. Not like, not like Billy Graham.
Oh, boy, do I have some news for you about that family. It's carrying on.
You know, not like Mr. Rogers. You know, these are criminals. These ain't your, school principals, doctors, nothing like it. These are criminals. So you got to think like a criminal. And these are criminals with a lot to lose. So that even raises the stakes. So someone says, if a private adoption had taken place, I would think the adopters would have come forward by now with all the case coverage, etc. Not necessarily.
Wait for it. It gets better.
And here's what I want to explain, because a lot of people are saying, well, with all the coverage, and I might just do this. Next time I go back. Gotta get tires put on my car first.
Oh, go ahead.
I think we all here on YouTube know about Summer Wells. But outside YouTube, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think a lot of people know.
Oh, that same horse shit again. Okay.
When Trevor was standing outside Bristol Motor Speedway handing out flyers, I'm kind of interested in how many people didn't know about Summer Wells. I'm telling you, outside of YouTube, guys, because it's taken on a life of its own here on YouTube.
When he's standing outside of someplace, all kinds of out-of-staters and things are coming into out-of-area folks during race weekend to see the race. I don't know, probably quite a few.
You know. But outside YouTube, I really don't think there's a whole lot of people that know about Summer Wells. And I'm just being honest.
Oh, dear.
So if you want me to go, and if there's another YouTuber that wants to do this, I'm sure it'll get a hell of a lot of views.
Because that's what it's about, it'll be about the views. Subs, clicks, likes, channel building. Go get them,
I can do it, or if another YouTuber wants to do it, by all means do it. I mean, I plan on...
Boy, it's already been done, Jay Leno style, They walk up and down sidewalks, they go wherever, and then they just give the ones that go, I don't know, and then it's made to look like nobody knows, right? Just like Leno used to, and then they would make it seem like a whole bunch of people were dumb as fuck or ignorant of something. It's kind of the way it works around, isn't it? Around the world. It's a pretty simple trick to pull off, but let's carry on.
I'm doing it, but
it's already been done.
If you want to beat me to it, go ahead. See what kind of response you get. But I plan to hit a few places here regionally.
Yeah.
And show a picture of Summer Wells to random people and ask if they know who she is. I'm just going to leave it at that. Do you know who she is?
No.
Because thing is, if I'm a person who adopted Summer Wells, and let's say I'm in Johnson City, I'm in Bristol, Virginia, Greenville, Knoxville, anywhere regionally, and I've got Summer with me. So let's say I adopted her, or I took her in from Dawn and Candace, to help them out so they wouldn't go to prison. Well, if they don't even know who this girl is.
Alright, leap over that fucking stupid, won't you? Well, if they took her in to help Dawn and Candace keep from being caught by DCS because of XYZ being charged. Well, if they're that type of folks and they knew there was problems like that and that Summer had to be adopted in order to keep Candace and Dawn out of trouble, then yeah, they're gonna be pretty aware of who Summer is. And they're probably gonna be keeping a close fucking eye on who she is, Dawn B, and the media and the case. 'Cause they know they've done something wrong. You dipshit. Fucking ignorant as the goddamn day is long, this dude, isn't he? Anyway, let's carry on. It's better.
When I show them a picture of her, they're not going to know who she is when I'm walking down the street holding her hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the people that have adopted her off Candace and on to keep them out of trouble, right here, just 20, 30 miles in distance, that know they've taken her to keep Dawn and Candace out of trouble, etc. And they're looking down at this child and you show them a picture, yeah, they're not going to be like, oh shit. Oh shit. But also they've adopted her to keep Dawn and Candace out of trouble. Yeah, okay. This is the dumbest shit, isn't it? Carry on.
So I hope that puts things into perspective for you on that. Okay.
It really doesn't. And he just accused that other person of not thinking and having common sense. It's fine.
So let me go down through here. Okay, here's one. Adoption is not.
You know what it's like when plaque psoriasis makes you hide your skin under sleeves. To have a turtleneck choking.
Illegal. Why would they hide it? Okay, so let me address that. Okay, here's one. Adoption is not illegal. Why would they hide it? Okay, so let me address that. Why would Dawn and Candace hide an adoption if it's not illegal? Okay, maybe the way Dawn and Candace done it could possibly be a little illegal. Okay, but here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. You got to understand. Here's where thinking like a criminal comes in.
No, it wouldn't be a little illegal. It'd be a fully illegal one because, get this, you dumb fucking shit. Whoever would have adopted Summer, she was school age, bro. So that means they have actively for 2 years kept her from going to a doctor or school, anything like that, and being any trace of her anywhere showing up in the system. So whoever would have adopted her would be fully aware of who Summer is. And be actively keeping her from entering the system anywhere across the board. Otherwise, feds would, yeah, you got it, right? I think. So, no, it wouldn't have been a little illegal. It'd been a whole lot, and somebody else would be participating in it and keeping her off the radar on purpose. Now, wouldn't they? You think like a criminal, fucking stupid bag of shit? He's real good at this. Anyway, yeah, and there's only I just, oh man, he ain't good at this. He ain't. So, yeah, I don't know what land he's living in. Oh God, if someone adopted Summer, it wouldn't be a little illegal, and they would be full participants in. And no one should be kept below radar and off of it entirely, or somebody's asses. We're all in trouble. All right. And I'm sure if you showed a picture of anybody in the trust is just wandering around with Summer, I don't think they look down at a missing poster and go, oh my God, this is the child I'm holding in their hands. But I've not been able to register and I've kept off the radar for 2 years. Oh my gosh, I'm shocked. Let me turn this into law enforcement. You fucking idiot. Anybody you fucking idiot.
Into play. And I don't know if you missed me saying this in my last video or not.
Probably.
But if
I didn't watch the last one.
CPS found out and could prove abuse or neglect with Summer Wells, which is the only child they had, which was under the age of 8 years old. In the state of Tennessee, that comes with felony charges.
Okay.
And Don, if he told me himself, if he catches one more felony, he's looking at possible life in prison. So what would you do if you were looking at life in prison? I mean, a lot of people have answered it. Either kill her or, just somehow get rid of her. So the state, so CPS, if Summer Wells is the actual evidence that's going to put me in prison for the rest of my life, and I'm that criminal, I'm going to get rid of her, right? Do this one tax-free.
I don't even know what else he says in there, and I don't know that I care. The largest portion of the video was stupid enough. I don't care to carry on with the rest.
Yeah, and then end up with pneumonia.
Then I tapped this shit. Well, of course I didn't. I don't know what I was thinking, apparently. Must have been off the chain over there, right? Man. What is it? They eat all the woohoo bars and Zim Zams and Zings and whatever at 3 a.m. and I don't even know, but I don't even know what the hell's going on over here. Well, I do. It's same shit, different day, but I don't know. Timing and all. Alright. I think honestly I'm gonna have to grab a hoodie or something. The sun going down at this time is it's screwing with me. And even at the same temperature it was 10 minutes ago, I'm like, So, give me just a second to grab a hoodie or something. Alright, I'm back.
I think cold is making me sick. Right? Some things just don't make no sense.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, damn. Anyway, yeah. Anyhow, anyhow, I still got this damn cold. Bear with me, people. Bear with me. The cold loves to stick with PG. Hey, Pamela, how you doing? How you doing tonight, Pam? God bless. Anyway, um, I really appreciated Judy Sue coming up on panel last night, right? Absolutely.
I'm sure.
She took us back to a little bit of something. I think I know I heard it. I just didn't land on it, right?
Oh, you mean like a billion times I've said it since I've been here, and you've heard it from me prior, but you spent 2 years eating me and terrorizing me and such and trying to make me look sus and everybody else do. You don't say. It didn't behoove anybody to acknowledge and still doesn't. It's just.
But when God wants you to, you will. And I guess
Now we're going to go down the path of, oh, it's suddenly something new, right? JSP said, but we've heard before somewhere. No, it's not new. Whatever, let's carry on.
last night was the night he wanted us to.
Right.
But, I didn't think about the other boy, the first kid getting lost. That's a big red flag right here. Because one of the boys went missing, right? And the best of my recollection, it was the middle boy when he was little. I'm pretty sure that's the one I heard went missing.
Yeah, like this knowledge was out there far before. Right, from somewhere else. Yeah, okay, whatever. No, it wouldn't. Anyway. I'm just like, whatever. Inaccurate. I'm not going to clarify. I give the fuck up.
It was the middle one. But anyway,
whatever you say.
Went child missing at least an hour or over an hour before being found, and no law enforcement had been called.
Whatever they say.
No law enforcement got called, folks.
Whatever they spin. Y'all have at it.
Don and Candace had a child running around out there in this foliage, right? They had a child out there and a little child. Like, this is like from what I'm understanding, around a 3-year-old. Just getting its real legs going and being able to to walk and run and somewhat talk?
I don't know about you all, but all my children, but well before the age of 3, could talk and walk and run just fine. 3'd be a little late for that, but okay. Carrying on.
But not really talk too well. So, and she done lost one.
No, when I said nonverbal, I meant nonverbal because something's wrong, like I always have, not new news. When I said nonverbal, I meant nonverbal. Not just at the age of being able to barely be like, Mama, Dada. I meant non-motherfucking verbal. I said that for a very long time. I'm just not gonna bother. Carry on.
One right out there in the foliage. And she doesn't call law enforcement. Bunch of neighbors get together. They start looking all over the place, and about, an hour or more, this child is found. But at least an hour before,
This is a fat killer. This is a fat killer. This is also a fat killer. Many women think that the only way to lose weight,
or more, before they was even getting worried. They wasn't even really getting, it wasn't like, oh, I gotta call Donnie, and then we gotta call 911. No, absolutely not. This was, oh crap, we don't know where this child went, and the whole neighborhood's looking, and and the child gets to.
Well, that's presumptuous. I guess she's presuming Dawn wasn't present for that one, or was it work, or it was just Candace that was present. I don't know. Hey, whatever they want to spin now and say it must be true. Carrying on.
Gets found, right? The child gets found. Now, with this happening once before to them, well, you would just generally expect them to figure that this is what happened with Summer as well. I mean, the other kid's 3 or 4, and Summer's only 5. Not a big difference, right? Not a big difference. I mean, she just barely turned 5, right? In February the 4th to be exact. And it was only June. I mean, she just barely turning 5 years old. So, she was just a little thing as well. And they didn't call, law enforcement for the other kid that was 3 or 4. Why? They were all out there looking. So, that's a big red flag, right? That's a big red flag. I mean, I understand calling law enforcement, after everybody has searched everybody. I mean, that's what they did with the boy. But with Summer, it's, right now thing. Like here, see? Summer is supposedly missing 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Candace is calling Donald, law enforcement, her friends. Does this fucking sound normal? I don't think so. I do not believe this sounds normal at all, folks. Not at all. Especially now that we know that we had another child missing and they didn't bother to do all of that. That's kind of, I'm going to tell you, that's suspicious. Absolutely suspicious right there, folks. That's what I'm talking about, one child missing. They don't call nobody. They just get out there and hunt for it. And they got this other child missing after dancing around in front of a forced sow barrel. And 2 minutes they're calling law enforcement. Definitely something wrong with this picture, right? And Don, Candace, and Grandis all on the same page, right? They're all on the same page. Each one of them. Like, you know, they wanted abduction to be their story, and they were pushing for abduction, right? Oh, I'm telling you, she's not out there. She didn't wander off. She ain't out there. Well, if you know where she's not, Don, Candace, Grandis, then you obviously knowed where she was, right? Because we have your son who was missing before. You had no idea where it was. You did not call law enforcement. You had no idea where it was, so you got the community together and just assumed it was lost, and you guys found it. So this is what you would have done again. This is the same. You would have took the same route.
Why she was calling children it? I don't know, man.
The second time, you would have took the same route the second time, but you didn't. You didn't. That's a big red flag. That is a big red flag. This here, I'm going to tell you what this tells us, folks. This just confirms that the Wells know exactly what happened this summer. This confirms it. Because they didn't know what happened to the boy. And it was a totally different scenario, right? When they really didn't know. This time, they knew. That's why they was telling law enforcement, hey, she's not out there, because they knew she wasn't. Right? They knew. The problem with criminals like this, they're not as intelligent as they think they are. They're not intelligent as they slip up, right? There's no such thing as a perfect criminal. Absolutely not. They all fuck up some way. Every time they fuck it up. So, with that being said, Don and Candace and Grandis were only focused on one thing. And that was the plan. They were too focused on, we have to push abduction.
Nah, but you see, it's not about intelligence. It's not about that at all. It's not about that in the least.
That they fucked up.
Lung problems? Try adding this to a glass of water before bed. Did you know that breathing problems have nothing to do with your actual lungs? The lungs are not.
And that's all they were pushing. And they wasn't acting normal. You know, they
Well, no, they're pushing hard for dead and far, far away. Within hours, but whatever.
they didn't realize that, hey, if we push this one narrative, then it's going to make us look what we are, guilty as fuck, right? That's what the problem was. That's exactly what the problem was, folks. They're guilty. They want.
You can't really say hours either. Well, I don't know, depending on the actual timeline. But either way, at least by a little after 6:09, Dawn definitely throws the pebble out there for abduction, and then dead by dark and out of area.
They wanted to push that narrative that this little baby had been abducted. And they wanted to push, and they had a one-track mind on it. I mean, we have to do this. This was the plan. And that's what their mindsets were. They were aligned with one another. And that's all they could think about. So they fucked up, right? They screwed up. Because they wanted to push their narrative so much, they messed up, started saying where she wasn't, letting law enforcement know they knew where she was. Their need to push their narrative pretty much kicked them in their own backside. It really did. And to treat the two cases of their children wandering off. Big red flag. Because the little boy, they really didn't know what happened to him. And then they got the whole area together to find him. And they did. And that's exactly what they would have done again. That's exactly the approach they would have been taking a second time. But they didn't. So, Donald, Candace, Grandis. Come on, Grandis, what happened June 15, 2021? You're fucking grandma. You're going to be meeting your maker. I don't care if you believe in your maker or not, Granny. Trust me, your maker's there. You don't have to believe. You not believing doesn't make it, you not believing.
Yeah, there's also a couple other incidents in there that it's like there's one always comes to mind for me. And I could hear the yells and things, but they called a few times for Summer. She hadn't answered like the count of like 3 type of thing. Her name 2 or 3 times. Candace's tone picked up, was definitely a little pissed. Monster, for some reason, because this was like, I believe, near dark. But he was coming or going one way or the other, but for some reason he had reason to be around or whatever. I don't know. But I'm sure I could look back and fucking receipts. I know I have those somewhere to. Oh, shit. But what had happened was Summer was not answering Candace and was hiding from her. Right. Until later on, Monster didn't say anything, but he's like, ah, yeah, it's because, she was being mean or whatever. I don't know. But I believe at that time, like they found her near one of the trucks parked on the sideline in the hills. She was either side of it on the side that wasn't in view, or she was kind of under it, whatever. I don't know. But she hadn't answered Candace and few calls for, etc. Definitely more than 2 minutes, but it was resolved like almost instantly in a way, but still more than 2 minutes. Nobody went about historically whatever and then calling the police either during that. What in the flying hell are they riding? A rechargeable battery? This is the goofiest motorcycle sound I've ever heard. That ain't right. That wasn't right. I don't know, man. Either way, carrying them.
Isn't going to get you out of Judgment Day. You can't shut your eyes and say, oh God, I can't see you. I can't see you. Or shut your eyes and say, oh God, you can't see me. You can't see me. Because God can see you. And even if you got
What was the process of actually putting this all together?
Many hours of finding the right camera angles.
if you got your eyes shut, God still sees you, Granny.
Tones were entirely different.
And one day, and probably pretty soon, because you're old as hell, you're fucking farting dust already. So, where's the baby? What happened June 15, 2021, Grandma? You're supposed to be their grandmother. You're supposed to be like a guardian angel over those kids. You were supposed to be watching over them, making sure that they were safe with them two boneheads that you knew weren't safe. You were supposed to be doing all the good things that these fucks wasn't doing. That's what grandmas do. It wasn't like you lived somewhere else and, couldn't have no control. You were right there. You had all control. All control. Whatever happened that day, you could have stopped it. You could have stopped it. That was within your control. And we all know it was in your control because you were pushing the same narrative as these other two lame brains. Right? You were pushing the same narrative as they were. You were on the same page, Granny, as they were. You are no better than they are. Those kids loved you. Some really loved you, cared about you, and those boys did too. And you fucking failed them. Miserably, Granny. Absolutely miserably.
Hold on. God damn my eyes a second to adjust to light. Good lord. Alright.
No, Granny's not scared. Granny, just went, no. I'm going to tell you what's wrong with Granny. Granny is scared of law enforcement. Granny is afraid to get the handcuffs on her old ass and put in prison. And she knows they're coming. She knows they're coming, right? Granny had all to do as well. And Granny knows her ass being on that hill, she's going to be took down right along with these other two idiots right there when it happens. Oh, hell yeah. Granny's trying to hide. Granny's hoping that everybody just forgets about her, including law enforcement. So when these two people get prosecuted, she's hoping they forget about her to come get her ass. But they ain't going to forget about Granny. They're not going to forget about Granny because you know what? Granny was there and Granny could have stopped it and Granny didn't. Granny should be ashamed of herself. She should be the most ashamed out of everyone. Because her old ass was the grandmother. Her old ass was supposed to be looking over those kids. Her old ass knew better. Right? She knew better. She failed all of her other children. The least she could have done is not failed her grandchildren. She's a real fucking winner, right? A real fucking winner right there. I'm going to tell you, I don't know what went down June 15, 2021. PG does not know. I don't know exactly what went down on 110 Ben Hill Road, June 15, 2021. I really don't. But I can tell you this. It is my opinion that all three of these people that you're looking at right now are guilty as fucking hell. This is just another piece of the puzzle that proves it was all a setup. That's what it does. That's what it does. This basically makes what we was believing solid. This is solid. It lets us know now that they knew what happened to Summer. Because when they didn't know what happened to one of the children, their scenario was totally and utterly different. Right? And I do believe it was pre-planned. I want to show you guys something. This is Don and Candace. Right here. This is Don and Candace Wells. I believe Donald was the mastermind behind it. I truly believe that he was the one that had put everything in motion, planned it out, put it in motion, and had it carried out. I truly believe that Don Wells was the main one behind what happened to Summer Moon Utah Wells. I really do. Let's go on down through here because there's some things I want to show you. And right there, folks, look. Scientific fact. If you can see it,
No, not scientific fact. Just because you can see it from one angle doesn't mean the other angle can see down, but it's fun. Now, whatever they say must be true.
Baby, it can see you. Right? Hello, Granny. Hello up there, right there at the door, looking this way. How you doing, Grandma? Right?
Uh-huh. Well, I've been here before. Let's see.
Right? How you doing, old Granny Panties? Sitting on your fucking muffet? Right? Scientific fact, folks. She can't see the back door? The hell if she can't. She can't only see that back door. That old bitch can see that whole fucking road going down through the back. Yeah, and the whole road going down through the front too. That old Betty, this old Betty right here, and look, she's always at that door. And that door's always open. Why? Because it's hot as fucking hell inside of that stink hole of a home she has there, right?
Do this one tax-free move to protect your IRA and your 401k. Thousands of wealthy...
Hot as hell up in that fucking stink hole. She always got that door open. Always. Looking and seeing and hearing everything. Let's go on down through here. Right there. Look. Look where Granny's stationed. Look. Right there's her door. Right there's her door. Take the yellow line. Right? Right down the back of the house, basement door. Line right down through the front of the house. Old Granny had a full view. I mean, she had that bitch stationed right where she could bird's eye view it all. And her ass was sitting right there at that door, June 15th, 2021, when supposedly Summer comes up missing. Granny wasn't in the house. At no time was she in the house. Nope, she was right there outside at the door. Right? Right there at the door, folks. She got up from nappy nap and was right there in the door, all refreshed. Take a look. There's Granny's camper, folks. As you see where she is stationed, she's got a full view all over that freaking land. completely around that land. Take a look for yourself. There you go. There you go. Old Granny could see the whole back, or old Granny could see the whole front. That's the way she had that camper propped up in there. And Summer's supposed to be in here. Summer's supposed to be inside this house. Right? Nope. There's 4 children in that house. 4 children in that house. Matter of fact, she had a little brother about the same size as she is, maybe smaller. Seemed like nobody took him. Actually, to be honest, I think he would have been easier to carry. I think the little brother, is smaller than Summer was, and probably lighter than Summer was. But he's still there, right? He was in the house too. Nobody seemed to take him. Funny thing, nobody seemed to take him. Now, here's some stuff I want to show you. Hey, Cockatoo, I appreciate that. I appreciate the support for Summer's channel. God bless. Super sticker, yes. All right. Hey, I'll make sure to get you guys a meme when I'm through with this stuff. Absolutely. But yeah, here's what I want to go over with you tonight. Something that I took note of as well. This right here was like February, March 2021.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Mike, did you come to co-pilot, buddy?
March 12th. March the 12th, 2021. March 12th, you all, 2021. It was in March. They were out eating somewhere. This is in March. 3 months later, Summer comes up missing. Now, I thought this family didn't have nothing to do with, I thought this family didn't really have anything else to do with Candace and Grandis and them after the Jose thing back in 2020. But as you can see, they're out. They're out having some food, March 2021. Summer still got her hair. Take note, Summer still has her hair. There she is. And I want to show you some of these pictures leading up to Summer coming up missing. I want to lead you into something here.
Hey Dad, I got an A in my book report.
That's cool.
And I went for a walk in the woods and I didn't get a single flea or tick on me.
So as of March the 12th, we know Summer had her beautiful little hair. And we know at Christmas, around Christmas time of 2020, she had her hair as well. This is when she got a book at church and was very thankful for her book. There she is. These are pictures of little Summer. Right before she came up, this is staring, you know, the big C word. These are pictures of little Summer. There she is. all these pictures, right? Now, let's stop. Let's stop. Because now, after March, folks, Summer don't have no hair. So she had to get her hair cut somewhere after March, April, May, June. Now, I personally believe her hair was done like this myself, end of April, the middle end of April, because take a look. They didn't buzz her head. They literally shaved her head. Someone has put shaving cream on this child's head and totally shaved it.
No. And look y'all. Alright. Everybody in here is, I don't know. I don't care, but clippers do cut that close. I just had to cut that close for my son before he went basic. They do cut that close. So, whatever.
Now, that's insane. That is insane. And look at her head. Take a look at her head. There's no sores or anything like that.
And Deputy Sheriff is like, no way she did that to herself. Nobody ever said she did. Don and him said she cut her hair a little bit, and it was all woo-woo. And then, there's about 4,000 hair stories, but, and you see the line, the twist on it, in his and Candace's first interview together, but Don takes control of that narrative too, real quick, in front of the world. But anyway, they always said they cut it. But Summer, well, I clipped it first too, whatever, right? With scissors. And you can kind of see that through pictures that she's... At some point, there's been clippings from it. But anyway, carrying on.
On this child's head. So, they didn't do it because she had any type of sores that needed to be gotten to. And they sure didn't do it because, they sure didn't do it because, something happened and she, like sometimes you get hit in the head or something, they'll have to take the hair and
you've got people over 2 years that are really like, these pictures are new to them. They've never seen them before. Okay. But, I don't know. And somebody else is over here, they're like, in this original picture, Summer isn't wearing anything, no pink shirt. So these people who are in these chats are unable to discern that that is clearly somebody has taken and used color paint to draw over Summer's bare skin. It was just pretty evident to those of us who are aware of, I don't know, it's pretty easy to discern that's what that is. But these people in these chats can't even tell that. And if they can't even tell that, This whole place must have been a Superman fuck for 2 years for folks like that, right? Not realizing how they're being tricked, misled, shit photoshopped, fake emails, fake this, fake that. I don't know. I feel bad for folks like that, dude. It's kind of what they rely on in here, though.
In order to get to the scalp, right? But that isn't the case here as well. Summer was perfectly healthy, so there was no, I mean, what I'm saying is she didn't have cancer or anything like that, where she would have lost her hair. She was malnutrition, but malnutrition don't make your hair fall out. Not.
What the hell is malnutrition? Whatever. And why is this even an avenue of discussion? Well, I go on this path about cancer and malnutrition in the hair and whatever. We all know they said they shaved it off. After Summer was cutting into the lunch, she wanted to look like her brother. And Candace and all these other stories that even Allie threw all the entire sink in. Why even go off on this weird tangent about cancer and malnutrition and her losing her? Like, those are even fucking possibilities for that. I mean, we all know Candace and Donna said they shaved it off. What the fuck?
Like this. So basically they took this child and they shaved her head utterly and completely. Now, with the research that I've done in my years, I know there is a lot of groups that feel that you do this. It's called purification.
Oh dear.
How do I send a care package that shows people how much I actually care? Get them a spoonful of comfort. They've got cookies, rolls, and delicious soups. That's really good.
Okay.
It's like purification, where you cut the person's hair completely off.
I should have just got a timestamp.
And for it to grow back. It's supposed to be some kind of purifying ritual. That's I don't believe in that kind of stuff. Absolutely not. But I know down through history there have been different groups that do believe in this type of thing. Right? One of them happened to be Catholics. Right? So like I said, and supposedly Donald did tell someone that he supposedly done something to this little girl, did something to her to cleanse his sins. Donald, you one dumb motherfucker.
Now, what?
In that kind of stuff. Absolutely not. But I know down through history, there have been different groups that do believe in this type of thing. Right? One of them happened to be Catholics. Right? So like I said, and supposedly Donald did tell someone that he supposedly done something to this little girl, did something to her to cleanse his sins.
Now, I don't recall that ever being said. I do recall that, and that sounds like maybe PG is using what I've said, was told to Fred and then to me and to the other to, oh, I don't know, put a bender on it and feed it out. I'd hope that wasn't the case, PG. And I'm pretty sure if Don had ever said any such things to anyone and said he did something to Summer to cleanse his sins, he'd be in goddamn prison. But I don't give a fuck who that statement meant. If that is what he had ever said to anyone on this earth, pretty sure I'd be in prison, bro. Because that'd be an admittance that he did something to Summer. You see how that works, PG? I think you're taking other people's words and putting them a bend on it and selling them. I don't like that. I don't like that at all, PG. But what is that?
Donald, you one dumb motherfucker, baby. Let me tell you, if you done some shit like that, you are crazy. You are fucking insane. You are a lot worse than I would ever believe that you are. And definitely a lot more uneducated than I could ever believe you were. Because I'm going to tell you something. Jesus Christ hung on that cross.
Oh dear.
And he died for all of our sins. He shed his blood for the whole world so that they could live forever. Now I'm going to tell you something. This kind of thing right here, this kind of stuff right here, if that is the case, if that was the case, that this moron thought that he could somehow purify himself by doing something horrible to his child, that is sick, man. That is evil. That is twisted. Right? That is really freaking twisted. To say the least, that is freaking twisted. And I agree, God bless us all. God bless us all, man. I'm going to tell you what. Jesus paid for everyone when he died.
Oh,
that is how you get your sins wiped off your back. It's by dropping to your knees and begging that forgiveness through the Son of God, who died so you could be forgiven. I don't know if that, if that's what went down or not. But I'm going to tell you, that's a sick, disgusting thing. And I'm going to tell you now, if you think something like that would work, you're out of your freaking mind. You are so freaking out there, baby, that there is no hope in your brain ever coming back, right? That's insane. Just to say the least, that's insane. Oh, yes, in Catholic history, yes.
Oh my God, at the ads.
How often do you worry about how you'll afford your lifestyle as you get older? If you're anything like me, it's more than you care to admit. So if you're...
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. If you have been defiled, in order to become a nun, you would have to have this done to you, and your hair would have to grow back. That in order to be a nun, if you have been, if you're, if you have been defiled in any way, like, if you were screwing around, and then all of a sudden wanted to become a nun, that's how they would purify you. So, don't tell me it isn't so, because I'm a history buff and I know that's exactly what they did in the Catholic churches. Oh yes, they did. They shaved them nuns bald-headed. So, I know a lot of people's probably Catholic, and and hey, I don't care what religion you are. To me, to PG, my personal opinion, when it comes to religion, There's only one church. That's the church of God. God Almighty. Only one church. And there's only one way to get there and to be a part of it and have everlasting life. And that is through Jesus Christ. That's my belief. I don't believe in all of these buildings sitting all over the place, calling themselves this and calling themselves that. You know, oh, I'm Protestant, I'm Baptist, I'm this, I'm that. I don't care what you are. There's only one church, and that is the Church of God. And there is only one way to have eternal life, and that is through Jesus Christ. Just is what it is. So, you know, but it is true. It is true that the Catholic Church did cut all the hair off of the nuns. Certain, well, not all of them, but certain ones that have, you know, had.
Hey, get this. All different kinds of religion have cut off the hair of women and etc. throughout all the ages for all kinds of reasons. I love you. I love you. Under all the gods. Different peoples across the world and history and throughout it have all cut hair for many different reasons, many nationalities, blah, blah. Runs the gamut. Hell, in some countries, they still, it's fun, it's fun. Just carry on.
That is the way they purified them. And their hair had to grow back under that cap.
Don't tell her about the Christians and the indigenous, even up until 70s plus, where they cut the hair off of indigenous children and such, to put them in, you know, Christian and Baptist schools and adoption centers. Things, knowing that it was, a fuck you to indigenous, to take away their heritage and all that. Something, even, oh, I don't know. Traveling bands of Christians encourage of folks when they travel the world still hand out Bibles and clothes Christianity and their gods. Encourage haircutting. Don't anybody tell her. Anyway, carry it on.
I mean, look it up, man. Get into history. Get into history. I mean, it is what it is. But, you know, the Catholics aren't the only ones. They ain't the only ones that did this down through history. They're not the only ones. You know, that makes you feeling better. Don't make me feel no better, because I don't think there's any reason for a woman to have all her hair shaved off her head. Right? Especially when Jesus Christ died on that cross, so that we could all go to heaven, and he paid the price. So what are you cutting people's hair off for and stuff? Why? I mean, that's why, you know, I don't hold no stock in humans. Because humans, you know, humans just really, a lot of them don't think right. It's like common sense went out the window. If you got it, baby, you're rich. If you got common sense, you are wealthy. Trust and believe me, you're wealthy. Common sense is worth a lot, because a lot of people don't have it. But that ain't why I'm here. I'm not here to discuss, you know, what the hell went on in Catholic churches. We all know what went on in there, right? We all know about the altar boys and all the sickness and shit that went on in those places. All the children that got freaking abused. They're right now digging up places where children were buried. Yeah, you probably ain't never heard about the cemetery that the Catholics ran an orphanage, right? They ran an orphanage.
Oh, nobody tell PG. Don't tell her.
Took all these kids in, and because these kids were children out of wedlock, the children that weren't out of wedlock wasn't allowed to associate with them. And because they were out of wedlock, they got treated and mistreated constantly by these sick bastards that felt that there was some kind of stain upon these children just because they were born out of wedlock. It was freaking inhumane what they was doing to these little children.
Man, even people around here are Baptist would go out of areas if they were pregnant and have children all the way up into the fucking 60s and shit and 70s, like out of wedlock, and they were fully Baptist and I guess whatever PG's version of Christian was. I mean, because bastard children were frowned upon in all religions. Nope, I swear. Hell far. What's going on around here? I should have got a timestamp earlier.
And those people in that Catholic church supposed to be taking care of these little children were totally and utterly abusing them so bad that they were passing away by the dozen. And then they went and unearthed some land and found that there was tons of little children down in there, right?
Roadland is always advancing with game-changing formulas that promote mental sharpness.
Right.
Dog food to promote mental sharpness.
Look it up. Tons of little children. They also went into a town that thought they were under attack.
My God.
And they told them, well, we don't want to take the mothers and the children out of here. We just want to take all the kids, and then once all of this is over, we'll reunite the children with the parents. Well, they took all those children out of there and the parents didn't ever see their children again. They got took into a big secluded place where they was put through hell. Right? Very few survived. That's what these people do. So, and I don't even want to talk about the 100 little altar boys that were abused within that particular so-called religion as well. Yeah. So it is what it is, So I don't know. I'm not Catholic. I'm a child of God. I'm part of the body of Christ. I was baptized. My eyes got opened. I seen the cesspool that I couldn't believe the person. I didn't even know that person. It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe that was me. I mean, you still know. Even when your eyes are open, you get a good view. It's like you've been asleep and you just woke up. And boy, I'm going to tell you, you don't even know the person that he was. You don't want to know them. You don't want to know. And, I'm thankful. Thankful that, that the Lord did call me and he did open my eyes. He gave me the opportunity to live forever. I just hope in this life I'm doing righteous enough to get to live forever, right? I try. That's the best I can do. No one's perfect. No one. But I'm going to tell you something. No one's perfect. You're going to do things. You're going to do things here and there. And I'm talking little things. Maybe a cuss word. Maybe, maybe you get angry a little bit. Somebody comes at you sideways. You get a little angry. But I'm going to tell you something. There is no call to be doing what's done to this baby right here. No call for someone to do this to her head. There's no call for anyone to ever treat any child. I don't give a damn if that child's born out of wedlock. I don't care if it's born in wedlock. I don't care. These are all God's children, and they all deserve to be loved and treated with the utmost respect. And hurting someone else is not going to purify you. Rechanneling your aggression or trying to put your bullshit off on someone.
At what point did anybody bring up that this was done this summer because she was born out of wedlock? By a Catholic. I don't know. Holy shit. I should have got a timestamp.
Else is bullshit. Trust and believe that. Totally bullshit. Hey, Carrie, I appreciate that, hon. Hi, beautiful PG. All our hearts are broken for our beautiful Summer. She needs to be found and justice served to those monsters. Hey, girl, I absolutely, positively, 150% agree with you. There ain't nobody in this world will agree more than PG. I am right there. Same page. This baby needs to be found. She needs to be found. She deserves to be found. Absolutely. I appreciate you supporting her and her channel. God bless. God bless. But look what they've done to her. But, I got a little bit off course there, y'all.
You think?
I got a little bit off course. But there is reasons people do this to a child, and purification is one of them. That's what I want to say.
I'll testify to that.
Did they do this for that reason?
For what reason?
I certainly hope not. I certainly hope not, but is it plausible? Yes. Absolutely, folks. It is. With those sick bastards and their evil fucking minds, absolutely. But they did it for a reason. Let us remember this. They did it for a reason. Right?
They sure did.
Let me tell you something else. This is what I want to let people know. Take a look at Little Summer right now. Take a good look, folks. Because after
I'm pretty sure none of those reasons feature Catholicism, malnutrition, or cancer, though.
After this right here, you're going to see very few pictures of Little Summer. Very few. Remember all the pictures? Here and there and all these pictures? You're going to see very few after this. Matter of fact, this is about the only one you're going to see with it shaved this bad. So this means that they went at least a few weeks without even bothering to take any pictures at all. Right, Candace? You fucking bitch. You went for a while and didn't take any more pictures after you did this dirty deed to your daughter. You're disgusting. You're fucking disgusting. You disgust me. And you got a lying tongue along with your old man and your bitch ass mother. Right?
I don't know, man. Like, how does she know exactly the pictures Candace took of Summer or didn't take just because of maybe those not being in public, every single one, etc.? How would she know? So that's just a story woven, right? A narrative. Why even say that?
There's no words hold here. This is America right here, baby. And I will say whatever the hell I please because I'm going to tell you why. This is America. We have freedom of speech. If this is my opinion, then I am damn entitled to it. Nothing no one can do about that. Let a court of law look at this. And I bet they're going to agree with PG. Not them devilish ass fucks that done nothing but play games and have done nothing to find their daughter. They got a shit fucking record. And they're not cooperating with law at all. Matter of fact, they've been running from the law instead of to them. Big red flag there too, Tom.
Actually, America and free speech works more on you're entitled to your right to free speech, but not the consequences of. So, I don't know what's up with people. And there are actually a few reins on free speech, but shh, don't tell them.
Wells, Candace, Grandis. Oh, they know where we are. Yeah, they do, and they will get you at some point. But after this, you're going to see very few pictures. This is pretty much one of the first times. And if you, as I said before, take a look at Little Summer, you can tell it's been a few weeks before this picture was took because her hair is actually starting.
Holy shit.
Have you ever wondered how many lost and stray animals have to enter care shelters in the USA? You may not know this. 6.5 million.
Took brought back out. She's actually starting to get a little bit of her hair back, right? She's starting to get a little bit of her hair back. Now, I think this is the reason that Hunter and Candace and them made up the story about going fishing. Summer, they went to the horse pond that day, but they didn't have no fishing poles. Summer was fishing at this particular picture here, but they had no fishing poles in Granny's fucking vehicle. There was no plan on fishing that day, folks. Trust and believe it. I think the fishing thing is pure bullshit.
Yeah. Fishing, water park, swimming hole.
Here's the next picture. This is the next picture, you guys. Take a look at it. Her hair's just now getting to barely grow out. Barely. Like I said, not very many pictures, right, Tan? Not very many pictures. Here's the next one. Dancing around a for sale barrel. Once they did this to Summer, they moved rapidly to do this. They moved very rapidly to do this right here. Now what you're going to see is how it played out, or I believe it played out. The day that they took the for sale barrel, they did the for sale barrel. Hey, we got a new member. Yes, Lucy, all right. New member tonight. God bless. God bless. And Macy, I appreciate the super sticker. God bless. Absolutely. Absolutely. It got past me, but I was able to see it. I appreciate it. God bless. Anyway, right, the same exact time that they had her dancing in front of a for sale barrel, Dudley was there that day. And he said that Don Wells brought Summer out of the house asleep like this, holding her over his shoulder, asleep like this, brings her out, him and Candace, and they left. You could tell it's been a few weeks before this picture was took because her hair is actually starting to sprout back out. She's starting to get a little bit of her hair back, right? She's starting to get a little bit of her hair back. Now, I think this is the reason that Hunter and Candace and them made up the story about going fishing. Summer, they went to the horse pond that day, but they didn't have no fishing poles. Summer was fishing at this particular picture here, but they had no fishing poles in Granny's fucking vehicle. There was no plan on fishing that day, folks. Trust and believe it. I think the fishing thing is pure bullshit. Here's the next picture. This is the next picture, you guys. Take a look at it. Her hair's just now getting to barely grow out. Barely. Like I said, not very many pictures, right, Can? Not very many pictures. Here's the next one. Dancing around a for sale barrel. Once they did this to Summer, they moved rapidly to do this. They moved very rapidly to do this right here. Now what you're going to see is how it played out, or I believe it played out. The day that they took the for sale barrel, look at it. Her hair's just now getting to barely grow out. Barely. Like I said, not very many pictures, right, Can? Not very many pictures. Here's the next one. Dancing around a for sale barrel. Once they did this to Summer, they moved rapidly to do this. They moved very rapidly to do this right here. Now what you're going to see is how it played out, or I believe it played out. The day that they took the for sale barrel, they did the for sale barrel. Hey, we got a new member. Yes, Lucy, all right. New member tonight. God bless. And Macy, I appreciate the super sticker. God bless. Absolutely. It got past me, but I was able.
Would you be interested in collecting 5-figure paychecks for a few hours of work, helping me in your spare time from home?
I was able to see it. I appreciate it. God bless. Anyway, right, the same exact time that they had her dancing in front of a for sale barrel, Dudley was there that day, and he said that Don Wells brought Summer out of the house asleep like this, holding her over his shoulder asleep like this, brings her out, him and Candace, and they left. Matter of fact, Dudley said, the boy said, where are you taking Sissy? Where are you going? Where are you taking her? And they didn't answer, because Dudley would have heard, but they didn't answer. He said that as he was leaving, they came out and they took this baby somewhere that day. This was about a week and a half to 2 weeks before she came up missing. So right before she came up missing, Don and Candace Wells had took this child somewhere. Dudley seen?
Now you see, a lot of people equate or think the picture of Don holding Summer on his shoulder and she's asleep was the same day she was dancing in the rain and Dudley's vehicles in the background. Nope. Alright. Nope. All you really gotta do is look at the length of Summer's hair Notice there's also a back collar on the dress. It's more form-fitting than the one she's wearing in the rain. Also has a different pattern and an entirely different color, though, but one's more cream, the other one's more pink. Anyway, and definitely looser than the one she's wearing in the rain. Even Dawn at times has woven stories to make those two things seem like they're the same day, but see, you can't really make it make sense because, well, if Dudley's vehicle's there, it means, I don't know, Dudley and Dawn are probably, I don't know, I remember, I don't know, the original video, it might have Dawn's voice in it, I can't remember, but Candace is talking to her, etc. Either way, the thing is that, you'd have to either believe that doesn't add up with work schedules and stuff, especially as they're known to be for Dawn. And Dudley coming and going, through certain times. Dudley also at one point gave an exact period for that vehicle tearing up to fully. But because that's the reason he's parking there and catching a ride with Dawn is because shit was going wrong with it. But anyway. And then you gotta think, well, if it was, it doesn't matter. You're not gonna leave a child in the wood outfit. Just think about the rain, the work schedules. He's not until late. Whatever, Why would she then have a vest on with the dress in this area? But people have not quite caught on to that. Right? A lot of people think those are the same days, same dress. Some people needed to have that magazine when they were kids. I know I got it for mine. And it was something that was also gotten for me when I was little, but it's that magazine. What the hell is it called? I don't know. It's one of my favorites. Children's shit. It's in my head. And they still make it, last I knew. But it has all the, you circle all the differences and all that in it, and blah, 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 etc. Hell of a good magazine. Yeah, that's it. Highlights. Loved that when I was a kid. They got it for us. I got it for mine. All the children in his family have always received their own copies. More people needed Highlights magazine in their lives. Anyway, carrying on.
And he heard the voice asking, so, yeah. So where'd you take her, Dawn? Because no angel said anything to you. You did not hear an angel. You had a plan this day. Where did you take that baby to? Where did you take her? Who did you go show her to? Where did you guys go? Where did you go?
You've probably seen this man before showing you how to make survival food and be prepared for a disaster. You see,
where did you go? That's the question. Did you go somewhere to some weirdo that could get your sins off your back? Or you thought could? And talk about a plan? Or did you take her to see whoever whoever you were going to be handing her off to. Once they were able to get their finances or whatever together to do this. You planned something. This definitely was a plan. This definitely was a plan. I want to know. Right? Here she is. Now if you take note, let's go back here. That's too far. Right here, folks. If you take note, after they did this to this baby, there was very few pictures. Practically none. But there was video, right? Video and video, right? Video and video. Video. Right there. And another video. This video, I believe, was sent to someone. That's why they took her somewhere. This video right here was for law enforcement to know that she did arrive back upon the property that day, so that law enforcement couldn't say something had went down, that they were out and something happened to her before. Candace wanted to make sure that this video was done to prove that someone was with them when they was getting back up on the property. Pre-planned, right? Pre-planned. Let's go on down through here. Yeah, no pictures, videos though. Videos, y'all. Don starts driving the Subaru right here, right? Don starts driving Mr. Starlink, right? Mr. Starlink is what Don Wells decided to start driving. Absolutely. Hey, Lucy, I appreciate that. God bless. Oh, God bless you, PG. Oh, I so appreciate it. I appreciate your support for Summer's channel. God bless. Absolutely. But yeah, he starts driving this vehicle. Doesn't drive it before. Doesn't drive it after. But he drives it a couple of days.
Yeah, that's right. She got it. Little blows, notes in the background.
His job, his boss, Dudley, his boss, and his buddy, all of them said he has not ever drove that vehicle to the job site ever until the day before, on the 14th and 15th of June, the day before Summer came up missing and the very day she came up missing. Right? Why? Because he wanted that to be an alibi, and he'd like for it to be an alibi sooner. But the reason it wasn't, because he's too fucking lazy to clean out his truck and put the shit in this earlier. Right, Don? You and Candace were just too fucking lazy. You're too fucking lazy. I know how lazy you both are. Trust and believe me. I know. Y'all do nothing. Look at your fucking yard. Look at your fucking house. Look at fucking you. Gross. Yeah, lazy as dog shit. But he knew he was going to have to do it by the 14th or 15th. And he just saved his ass, and he did. But it didn't save your ass, Don. All it did is prove you're a guilty motherfucker. All it proves is this was part of your plan. That's what it proves. This is part of your plan. You busted, disgusted, and can't be trusted. That's what you are. Sorry to say it, but somebody's got to. Somebody's got to, right? Absolutely. Somebody has to. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened, folks. Let's move on. And he fires Dudley on the 14th so he could have someone to be the fall guy for his plan. Oh, he knew Summer was coming up missing. And he knew it was going to be on the 15th before it was on the 15th. That's why he did what he did to Dudley on the 14th. Because he knew that
Nah, you know. Fall guy, misdirect, chaos. Set up. Throw mud, jello at. Chaos.
next day when Candace and Grandis or whatever, they carried out his plan, they were going to need this guy. They're going to need this guy to blame it all on. And I personally think that if they could have found Mr. Dobbs, and you know this could have been some kind of sacrifice thing as well. I'm not putting.
Here we go. Jesus, I really should have gotten timestamp an hour and 12 minutes of my life. Holy shit. Are you eating chicken and rice, buddy? Good boy. Alright. This.
You guilty motherfucker. All it proves is that this was part of your plan. That's what it proves. This is part of your plan. You busted, disgusted, and can't be trusted. That's what you are. Sorry to say it, but somebody's got to. Somebody's got to, right? Absolutely. Somebody has to.
I think everybody from day one's been like, oh yeah, he's slinging shit at everybody. PG. For sure, great deal. Many of us were like, EJ tried to set Dudley up. They've all tried to set up, throw shit at everybody. I think we've all said it. It's nothing new. So I've been screaming it since day one, but
that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened, folks. let's move on. And he fires Dudley on the 14th so he could have someone to be the fall guy for his plan. Oh, he knew Summer was coming up missing. And he knew it was going to be on the 15th before it was on the 15th. That's why he did what he did to Dudley on the 14th. Because he knew the next day when Candace and Grandis or whatever, they carried out his plan, they were going to need this guy. They was going to need this guy to blame it all on. And I personally think that if they could have found Mr. Dobbs, and this could have been some kind of sacrifice thing.
And here is the shit show. Now, at first, I think PG's leaning and telling the story wrong and saying Dawn and Candace were hunting down Dobbs. Like, what the fuck is going on here? And then she sprinkles in a little human sacrifice.
As well.
Holy
Hey, Dad,
shit.
I got an A in my book report.
That's cool.
And I went for a walk in the woods, and I didn't get a single flea or tick on.
As well. I'm not putting to be the fall guy for his plan. Oh, he knew Summer was coming up missing. And he knew it was going to be on the 15th before it was on the 15th. That's why he did what he did to Dudley on the 14th. Because he knew the next day when Candace and Grandis or whatever, they carried out his plan, they were going to need this guy. They was going to need this guy to blame it all on. And I personally think that if they could have found Mr. Dobbs, and this could have been some kind of sacrifice thing as well. I'm not leaving out the sacrifice stuff.
I don't know, word sacrifice is weird, isn't it? But there's that bizarre woo shit. Alright, let's talk about sacrifices, setups, and bullshit, dude. By my estimation, my opinion, fair use, disclaimer, entertainment only, pleading the fifth, I don't give a fuck, okay, whatever, yada yada, free speech, YouTube, whatever. So, let's talk a little about setups, sacrifices, etc. I think everybody's kind of got that Dawn was setting Dudley up in some way for some shit. Right? It's a habit of Dawn's at work anyway, but and in real life. Like all over the place, not just at work. It's a pattern. But what happens immediately upon Summer vanishing is these fucksticks appear to sling shit in about 3-4 nonsensical directions. Looks like they attempt to do a great many things to people around them. Not only willing to set up or do whatever, but to sacrifice them for their own self-preservation, whether or not guilty of the 15th. They themselves are guilty of the 15th. Not right. That's what it seems like to a great deal many of us. Especially as the days go by, especially as apparently rewards funds become available, weird shit starts shaking, Looking back, especially after, I don't know, Bubba makes Dawn aware of a reward fund, looks like. weird shit. So anyway, now having that piece, it's like, wait a minute. Wait the fuck a minute. Either way. And then they find themselves this fucking well-organized group of fucking jackass, criminal, con artists, tragedy pieces of shit over here. And then, well, you all do their dirty work for them, don't you? You help hammer in on the Dudleys, and the Freds, and the Jody Sues, and the Alleys, and the H's, and everybody else. You help do their goddamn dirty work for them. You help make the chaos and the mud and the jello machine fly for them. You help sacrifice, literally in some senses, or attempt to get others murdered, literally, for the chaos and money-making machine and deflection machine and the web. Oh, you all are. You know, the dirty deeds done fucking dirt cheap, really, but I wouldn't say, well, it was free, but y'all knew you'd make millions and millions and millions. Millions. Literally, not figurative. That was just a tally in the first few months. Love to see one now, and that does not include all the fraud, scams, scraping off the back end of, regardless of 501(c), etc., you know, all these things. I'd love to see the outright, just known to the public telling now after this long. Either way. Goddamn Karens and candles and crafty cells, weed cells of AB, CBD of wherever's, cookies, oils, creams, hashtag summer, hashtag Jody Sue, hashtag Dudley, hashtag Fred, hashtag Frank, hashtag H, hashtag my kids' names, hashtag whoever, hashtag Journey, hashtag Marlena, hashtag Cotton, at. You motherfuckers have done their dirty work sacrificing setup shit, chaos machine for, and yourselves. That's cost real people's lives, reputations, health. Fuck off. But anyway, so this fuck shit here, I think she's going with the holy shit. She's gonna retell the story as Dawn and Candace were hunting down Dobbs, and now there's a human sacrifice aspect. What? But no, should have seen it coming. I'm getting her to be sacrificed again at the altar of PG. I swear
Let me ask
to
you a
God.
question. Have you ever thought about your blood?
Is there this many ads on my videos, you? Seriously. And look, most of my vids are not monetized these days. I can't name the last one it was, but holy shit.
Blood flow? Redwood uses just a few simple, completely natural ingredients to increase your body's nitric oxide production. This in turn lowers your blood pressure and increases the rate of blood flow in your body. This results in several different positive effects, including increased metabolism.
Exactly what happened, folks. Let's move on. And he fires Dudley on the 14th so he could have someone to be the fall guy for his plan. Oh, he knew Summer was coming up missing. And he knew it was going to be on the 15th before it was on the 15th. That's why he did what he did to Dudley on the 14th. Because he knew the next day when Candace and Grandis or whatever, they carried out his plan, they were going to need this guy. They was going to need this guy to blame it all on. And I personally think that if they could have found Mr. Dobbs, and this could have been some kind of sacrifice thing as well. I'm not leaving out the sacrifice stuff. I'm not going to do it. Because something's pretty fucking weird. Something's pretty damn weird with what went on with this baby. I'm not going to leave it out. It is a damn good possibility that the Wells may have done some weird shit like that.
See? I'm like, okay, she's going for Dawn and Candace, right? And a human sacrifice. Oh, whatever. Okay.
I'm not going to leave it out. But whatever it was, because they did go looking for Mr. Dobbs the night before, right? And if they would have found him, I don't know. I don't know. They might have been, they might have felt that it's better to put something of Summers in his vehicle or around where he's staying at and try to blame him for the whole thing since he had been up there the day before. Right?
Make that sentence make sense. If they had tracked down Dobbs the night before, they were going to place something of Summers in his vehicle or something because he'd been there the day before. Excuse me? What? Nobody went looking for Dobbs on the 15th. So what the fuck do you mean? And Dobbs was only there on the 14th. So what do you mean? People were hunting down Dobbs as a human sacrifice or something, and then to plant something in his vehicle of Summers because he'd been there the day before. You can't make that. Because it doesn't. Alright. Then, think about this. Think about this. None of us were coming or going from that road on the 15th, okay? We finally were released to get food for just a minute or two. We were called during that time to come back in. We were back in. Nobody's looking for Dobbs, okay, on the 15th. Now, you have to know that the police are aware that Dobbs is on that property on the 14th because they're the ones that removed him. So, it's just, I don't know what PG's spewing out of her ass over there, okay? But somehow now Dawn and Candace are involved in looking for Dobbs, or there's a human sacrifice aspect. I don't know. Whatever, bro. Or she's trying to imply to her audience that somehow C and D and I and Monster were involved in something, human sacrifices and trying to set up Dobbs, and it just doesn't. But people will buy anything. But see, that's how you get innocent people harmed, is making them believe Bermuda Triangle woo-woo bullshit like that, and you get some fucking fruitcake coming to try to kill them. because they think everybody's guilty and are like devil, Satanist, whatevers, right? And then they want to cut us apart and do fuck shit to us or our children, whatever. Continue to hammer down on us and the chaos machine over here that's helpful to C&D, but nobody else. And just marches people further and further away from, I don't know, God and the truth, I suppose. But anyway, carrying on.
But they did go hunting for him, and they did try like hell to find him, right? And Jody Sue did say, Jody Sue did make a statement that sometimes the spider has to, web up the fly.
And there she goes. Dawn and Candace. And then she's acting like they're the ones hunting around. And they're this and that and the human sacrifice. And there comes my name. And then she's like, oh, Jody Sue did say.
They would have found him. I don't know. And they might have been, they might have felt that it's better to put something of Summers in his vehicle or around where he's staying at and try to blame him for the whole thing since he had been up there the day before. Right? But they did go hunting for him, and they did try like hell to find him. Right? And Jody Sue did say, Jody Sue did make a statement that sometimes the spider has to, web up the fly.
Pro Plan is always advanced.
Enhanced. I know you copy most of my chats. Can you find me this statement PG is talking about? Can you go in your little thing and look up anything I've ever said about a web spider? See if you can find this statement she's talking about me. See if it was in context with dogs or looking for them. Can you do that for me? Please. Anybody else? I bet you $50 fucking tonight you do not and never will find a statement like that in or around where it concerns dogs. Or at all, because that doesn't sound right. That's not my exact type of language either around that. And there was something I recently said about, and so says the spider to the fly. I mean, I've made a great deal of spider and web statements over 2 years, but what she says ain't quite my language. Secondly, I don't recall ever making one like that in a context that concerns dogs. But enhanced, if you would kindly just send me anything, I'd appreciate it. Because, no. Absolutely not. Now, I don't know who PG thinks the fuck I am, but I'm not Dawn, and I'm not Candace, and I'm not into the chaos machine, or the leaving, or the helping of those in the chaos factor. And I'll be goddamned if we're gonna start this again. Not gonna have it. Yeah. Uh-huh. And I know I've recently said, just in the past week or two, there was one that strikes me as said something about, leaving us there, but it had nothing to do with fucking dogs. Not a goddamn thing to do with dogs. And if I'm correct, it had to do with this damn group, and I was hitting at something else. It had nothing to do with dogs. Oh my god, what is that? Alright, y'all. I knew I heard something. I heard the same sort of startle noise a few minutes prior to that. And then that last slide up, and because of things prior to that, this one and the other one, um, anyway, I was doing a head count. Went out there because whatever that was not cat versus cat. Thought it was first time, like, some sort of little, and then done. But that second one was not what that was, and because both dogs thought all this other stuff, and because of the way when she was leading me earlier, I knew something was over there again, in the darkness and ivy, and I was leaving it be. And it seems like it's snatched something from somewhere, but I went out and did a head count on mine and made sure everybody was in, and all mine are accounted for. So, I don't know. We've been having like this lone coyote situation, and thought after a bit, because I hadn't shut. Hi, buddy. And it would type back up, fine, whatever, but that does not seem to be being the case. Anyway, yeah, we're probably gonna have to call someone about that or something because it appears to be having around the whole neighborhood and not packing back up or doing whatever with anything. That's gonna be a problem. So, obviously, it'll be a no-no. It's funky. Anyway, Enhanced, I know you do the chats and center, but I know a few of you.
Advancing with game-changing formulas that promote mental sharpness and help extend lives. See?
Record, but in the chat, you know how it works. There'll be mention of an easier to find timestamp store.
Right?
Because generally when I say stuff like that, somebody's mentioning something somewhere in here. So. Anyway, you know how it goes. But then, if any of y'all can think of where I said the exact upcoming thing out, you let me know. But yeah, I don't recall making it ever around Dobbs, but I know recently I made whatever. I'm not gonna go over again. These people have me fucking exhausted of this horse shit after.
With a founding, I don't know. I don't know. They might have been, they might have felt that it's better to put something of Summers in his vehicle. I see what happened, folks. Let's move on. And he fires Dudley on the 14th so he could have someone to be the fall guy for his plan. Oh, he knew Summer was coming up missing. And he knew it was going to be on the 15th before it was on the 15th. That's why he did what he did to Dudley on the 14th. Because he knew the next day when Candace and Grandis or whatever, they carried out his plan, they were going to need this guy. They's going to need this guy to blame it all on.
Wait, what? Hold on. Excuse the fuck out of me? Has anybody here watched enough PG? Because I'm being informed by folks around here locally that apparently PG story's always been that Candace and Dawn and I and Andy were together looking for dogs. Seriously? What the fuck, lady? What the fuck? Seriously? See, this is what PG. Damn it! Stop it. Candace and Dawn were not out with Monster and I looking for fucking dogs, and nobody put that much extreme effort into looking for fucking dogs. What the fuck are you doing right now besides targeting and creating more chaos and bullshit? And helping the chaos? What the fuck is happening right now? See, it's just what I get for never trying to watch this one that much, because chaos factor since early on. Yeah, I'm being informed by those who've kept a very close eye on this one from the beginning. That apparently her story has always been that Candace and Dawn and I and Monster were out looking for dogs on the 14th together. What a load of horse shit. So apparently they're all gonna sacrifice him and whatever nonsense that was about playing shit on the 14th because he'd been there the day before, which would make it 13th and not fit. It just whatever PG wants to go with, I guess. And then throw a pebble in the pond, making us look, oh, I don't know, guilty and chaos and weapon and shit for whatever reason it is PG's doing it this time.
To be the fall guy for his plan. Oh, he knew Summer was coming up missing. And he knew it was going to be on the 15th before it was on the 15th. That's why he did what he did to Dudley on the 14th. Because he knew the next day when Candace and Grandis or whatever, they carried out his plan, they were going to need this guy. They was going to need this guy to blame it all on. And I personally think that if they could have found Mr. Dobbs, and you know this could have been some kind of sacrifice thing as well. I'm not leaving out the sacrifice stuff. I'm not going to do it. Because something's pretty fucking weird. Something's pretty damn weird with what went on with this baby. I'm not going to leave it out. It is a damn good possibility that the Wells may have done some weird shit like that.
Hey, it is weird and enough chaos and Manjella without YouTube and being entirely wrong and making people that are entirely innocent look sus and introducing them with Bermuda Triangle shit like human sacrifice and shit. No need for all that.
I'm not going to leave it out. But whatever it was, because they did go looking for Mr. Dobbs the night before, right? And if they would have found him, I don't know. I don't know. And they might have been, they might have felt that it's better to put something of Summers in his vehicle or around where he's staying at and try to blame him for the whole thing since he had been up there the day before. Right? But they did go hunting for him, and they did try like hell to find him. Right?
So if that's been her fucking story from the beginning, they're just firmly trying to let us all go like we all know about Summers handle again. So why take this turn again into shitfuck chaos, web and weaving and
And Jody Sue did make a statement that sometimes the spider has to, web up the fly, right? And devour it in order to gain power.
Do y'all remember me at any point on my channel saying the spider has to web up the fly and devour it to gain power? I'm gonna go with no. I bet you nobody can find me saying those words. Betcha. Especially not around any of the dogs. Hey, but if you throw in a little now, Jody Sue did say you gotta web up, the spider's gotta web up the fly and devour it to gain power. Now, PG, I don't know what the fuck kind of shit you're smoking over there. I don't care really. But I'm not Sandy and not the rest of those folks. And you either want the truth, light, and the American way, or you want bullshit. And you don't help push it out. Right, you don't. You do not get other people around us targeted with some woo-woo batshit sacrifice religious. Notice you let in for a goddamn hour plus in this piece with Catholics and shaving heads and little children, and now it's suddenly Dobbs and sacrifices. Just fuck this, PG. You are really putting people's lives in fucking danger because those that are unwell that will buy this conspiracy driven horse shit are those that are the most dangerous to people around the world. And I've seen on your panel literally people saying that if Lawson won't bring us to justice, as it myself by name and Andy, then by God it's up to them to do XYZ to us, and you allowed it. Pushed a great deal many crazies go through your Ziggies and the worst places. You create absolute extreme danger to us by this stupid shit. You also create chaos around Summer, false call-ins, false thoughts, fake facts. That ain't for Summer, bro. That ain't for Summer. See, this is why we can't have nice things. Now, there was somebody PG's chat didn't. Rex something, somebody, I don't know, had a pretty long name to it. They're like, oh god, you know what PG is? And she talks shit about Chill Time Juice. It's like, I'm well aware of what PG is. Blah, 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 etc. Always have been. Just because I'm over there visiting does not mean I'm oblivious to it. Or that I don't think it'll ever happen again, or that she's suddenly on the straight and narrow. It's just like people, they'd see me around TM and be like, oh god, she's a snake. It's like, well, no shit. I'm well aware. You think I've forgotten, or don't know, or think they're not gonna do it again, or they're real sorry, or. No. No. And they like most monsters and criminals and predators, they never shock me. I know what they are. I know when visiting them or speaking to them, eventually they'll just turn whatever it is back around. They'll run it one way, and they'll run it the opposite way, and then they'll add shit in the middle, and then they'll convolute it just to keep scraping a barrel, and not a goddamn bit of it will have shit to do with summer, or keeping shit straight, or adding it to a real handy dandy notebook with real shit ever written down. I am fully aware of what all these fucking creators are. Okay? Never mistake them. However, seriously? The fuck? Yeah, the atheist was just going out looking for Dobbs to sacrifice him. Because, I don't know. Religion? I don't believe it? Yes. Right? Are you fucking kidding me with this shit? This is just, no, they're not. Fuck it. Whatever sells, man. Anyway.
It's what she said. That is what she said. And Jody Sue did say, they could have found Mr. Dobbs. And you know, this could have been some kind of sacrifice thing as well. I'm not leaving out the sacrifice stuff. I'm not going to do it. Because something's pretty fucking weird. Something's pretty damn weird with what went on with this baby. I'm not going to leave it out. It is a damn good possibility that the Wells may have done some weird shit like that. I'm not going to leave it out. But whatever it was, because they did go looking for Mr. Dobbs the night before, right? And if they would have found him, I don't know. I don't know. They might have been, they might have felt that it's better to put something.
We would have just known where he was versus where he wasn't. Simple as that.
In the summers in his vehicle or around where he's staying at, and tried to blame him for the whole thing since he had been up there the day before. Right? But they did go hunting for him, and they did try like hell to find him.
So there's a lot of people making them up think. Making them try to think that, I guess we were up while feds and else in the road. CD, myself, Monster out on the 15th that night, just rolling around looking for Dobbs. Plant some shit in his vehicle because he'd been there the day before, or she's just laying with her and it's hitting her ears however the fuck they want to take it, whatever suits their nerves. But you can't make that matter.
Right? And Jody Sue did say, Jody Sue did make a statement that sometimes the spider has to, web up the fly right? And devour it in order to gain power, is what she said. That.
Alright, that's it. I challenge PG to a truth-off. I need her to go find that, or her little minions, or her mods, or her members, subs, etc. I need you to go find in any of my videos over 2 years where I make a statement where I say the spider does have to web up the fly in order to devour it to gain power. Go find it. It doesn't exist. Go find it. PG, go find it. Play it for your fucking audience. And in context. Go do it. Go do it. I challenge any of mine. The same. All my haters, go find it. Clip channels, go find it. Those who record me, record my chats, go find it. That does not exist. Much less in context dots. PG, go find it. And then eat it. And then put out a retraction. Draw your horse shit. Including that math that doesn't add up. And the receipts I have that show you to be a fucking liar if your story all along has always been that Candace, Dawn, myself, and Monster were out looking for bodies. Go find it. And then tell your fucking audience the truth. Without the woo-woo attached bullshit that creates danger in our real lives by woo-woo believers. Stop it with the chaos and the horse shit and the woo-woo bullshit. For summer's sake. Knock it all the way the fuck off. Because indeed the shit's weird. It's been weird enough since June 15th, 21, without all this shit. None of this needs to exist in or around it. It's already weird enough. It's already complicated enough. It's already a whole lot to go through without this shit to wade through too. The truth does not reside in more manufactured chaos, Bermuda Triangle bullshit, and weaving. That's where Summer keeps being hidden at. Stop.
That is what she said. Now, we heard Fred Hill say that a man had told him Donald supposedly said that he did, that's what he did with Summer. To get, did that to her to get the sins off of him. And Jody Sue was also insinuating something to that effect as well. So we got two people. Not one, but two people.
What the hell is she mixing together, Rim? Like some cotton shit, Fred shit, Jody Sue shit? Who the fuck knows, really?
Insinuating this. Right? I don't know, folks. All I know is something went down, and whatever did, Don, Candace, and Grandis know. They absolutely, positively know.
Okay, and if you believe that, then why in the fuck are you running around for 2 years trying to help them really sacrifice innocent people or chaos factor or throwing out horse shit in the middle of everything that's already so damn difficult anyway. Or Bermuda Triangle bullshit or all this garbage. Why?
What it was. That is my opinion. I truly believe it's law enforcement's opinion as well. Do Don and Candace lie? Are Don and Candace liars? Let's see, folks. Here they are.
Yeah, I'm done here. And that was really the snippet I was looking for. Took me an hour and a half. Fucking Bermuda Triangle religious nonsense and fuckery. But there it is. There you go. Helpful little locals. I do love my locals. And those who are helpful around Somersby. What's this clip?
Trust me, it's not good. You don't have good intentions of when you.
Oh, this is PG's video about a year ago, close to. Jody Sue, if you found Jackie Dobbs on June 14th, with Summer still be missing. Summer Wells.
Hello. My fucking question, right? To using, right?
Hold on. I'm just gonna skip to the part where I see my face show up.
I mean, he's really.
I didn't hear anybody talking for her.
Oh, there's Wisconsin Mama.
Nope, this is all her.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's listen to you, Jody Sue. Let's listen to you, Jody Sue.
We're coming for you.
I'm gonna tell you, I ain't coming for you, hon, but I do think the law might be at some point. You know, at some point.
Oh,
you
yeah,
got to get it, hon.
Yeah.
Hold on. And all from her own mouth, right?
All came from her mouth. I didn't hear anybody talking for her.
Nope, this is all her, baby.
Yeah.
Let me bring her up.
Me, and this is my opinion. To me, I think Dobbs is really low on the list, even I'm like, something wrong with that guy. But I mean, he's really low on the list for me.
Oh, let's hear that again.
Yeah.
What did you say, Jody Sue? Let's hear this again.
I mean, for me, and this is my opinion.
Pretty sure this is from my first vids, right?
To me, I think Dobbs is really low on the list, even I'm like.
It's from somewhere early on, but it's not my first, like, 13 or 14 or 16 vid thing. Because in this, I've got my hair back and I'm not in the black shirt. But anyway, whatever.
Something wrong with that guy. But I mean, he's really low on the list for me.
The guy that you was, trying to keep everybody in the area safe from, that you had to go to all the places you suggested he be that night to see if he was there, and then come back in the holler and go up and down every side road to see if he was camping out. This is the man that's on the very lowest on your totem pole now? Yeah. Really?
Oh, I didn't say it was the lowest.
The one you were throwing under the bus? Just
I never threw him under the bus.
15 months ago? You know, they calling him all kinds of weird names. The one
15 months ago combined with 11 months ago. That ain't possible. That math don't work. Summer hasn't been missing that long. Jesus Christ.
one that you and Andy, how you got it? I mean, from one.
Seriously, this is PG's video from 11 plus almost 12 slash a year ago. So I guess maybe she had the dates a little screwed up on when Summer vanished. To be close. I guess whatever. Still.
I understand. He didn't.
No. Nope. Because we weren't public for months after Summer vanished. So no, her math would be incorrect.
Didn't tell you his name, let alone his phone number, and then you creepy people called him up on the 16th, the day after Summer came up missing. You call him, and he's on his way completely the hell out of there because of you and your weirdo husband. And when he was running out of there because of the shady shit that went on up on 110 Ben Hill Road on the 14th, on the 14th.
On 110? Wow.
And he was running out of there. He didn't even have no idea that you guys had been creeping the night before trying to find him, did he? And I asked your husband, or not, no, excuse me, really, Sue. He's going to be somebody else's husband, not yours. 20-some years, and damn, you couldn't get that ring, but this chick is sad. That's really fucking sad. But it is what it is, right? Anyway.
Poor Jody Sue.
My bad. Your ex.
Oh no, a skank who bangs in a bathroom and does dope and has no fucking teeth other than cracked teeth and wants to spread her nastiness to cancer patients, and while their family members are dying and their neighbors missing and all that, and wants to steal from children so she can feed her own dope habits and his, and feed her own children and not pay rent, and oh yeah, they want to come on here and con in the name of Summer, and yeah, they can have a marriage where Monster is recorded saying it's only to target me and to get money from you all in the name of Summer. Yes. Oh, my heart's goddamn broken. So fucking devastated. Oh, no, I laugh most days, but that's okay.
Ex-old man, right? Her ex-old man. I had him up on my panel, and he couldn't even explain why. You guys were out looking for this man. He had no fucking answer.
No.
Because you know why he had no answer? Because an answer would have incriminated his ass, right? Now, this is my question. If you'd have found dogs, would Summer still come up missing? Or would you just use him like you?
Now make that statement make sense. If you found him, would Summer still be missing? What? Whatever.
He tried to at the beginning while he was still alive.
Who was still
alive? To use him, right?
What?
Would you guys, or would you just use him like you tried to at the beginning while he was still alive? To use him, right?
Yeah, definitely.
What?
Answer would incriminated his ass, right? Now, this is my question. If you'd have found dogs, would Summer still come up missing? Or would you just use him like you tried to at the beginning while he was still alive?
Or would you guys have just used him like you did at the beginning when he was still alive? Did Dobbs die? 11 months ago or something? Because last I knew, he's still been making woo-woo fucking batshit lying ass, weird ass goddamn videos on YouTube. Hopefully she's figured out since then that Dobbs is very much alive, but what the fuck?
To using, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, what I'm saying is, I think that, thank God you didn't find him. Thank God you did not find him. Because God only knows what you all would have done.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, when he was found, would Summer been with him? Or would she not have been with him and still been on the hill? That's my fucking question, right? Because that's what it sounds like. You were going to use him for one or the other, right?
Wait, whoa. We were out on the 14th, so what does she mean? If you found him, would Summer have still been with him, or this or that? She didn't vanish on the 14th. She vanished on the 15th, so here's PG flying in the face of law enforcement and feds and giving out the idea that Summer vanished on the 14th to thousands and thousands of people who would then be believing bullshit like Summer vanished on the 14th. And then buying Bermuda bullshit and not looking for it in the right places or the right ways, which is real unhelpful to Summer. Well, okay.
One way or another, he was going to get used. And I don't know if it was to replace what you people did to Summer.
What?
Or if it was to have an alibi for what happened to Summer by putting her wherever you put him, maybe, right? I don't know.
I think it
Excuse me?
Or if it was to have an alibi for what happened to Summer by putting her wherever you put him, maybe, right?
To have an alibi for whatever you did and put her wherever you put him. So she was implying to people that Dobbs was dead and we'd murdered him. But also that thank God we didn't find him. What?
I don't know.
Man, this has been real helpful. It's been real helpful to Summer, man. What have you done, PG?
I think it was to have an alibi. They were after him for some reason that night. There was no reason whatsoever to go chasing down him.
Absolutely not. And she just admitted that it wasn't because she's scared of him.
Right.
No, that's not what was said in the least or implied or any of that. Boy, goddamn, one of these days, let me tell you something. I hold receipts. Right. And I know the feds and cops do. Because, like always, there's a whole hell of a lot I'm not saying or giving publicly, including around the dog shit. And it was best not to. And early on, well, after a while, you see Dobbs come out on here. And, well, his public statement doesn't match the truth. And what I know is known by those he can't argue against. There are very many reasons. For the 14th. I know. She really said chasing down him. I know, maybe it's Wisconsin, stupid. Anyway, thing is, there's a great deal many things that were moving on the 14th. Some of us hold our receipts, in truth, for that this place doesn't. And until one of us throws those out, if we ever do, other than in court settings, or law enforcement, or feds do in court settings, you will have them. But let me tell you, I could lay down just one tiny receipt. Absolute proof of it. And it would blow all the bullshit you all always put out around Dobbs and us poor innocent dude in this area. You just blow it all out the fucking water. Does that mean he's high on my list of anything? No. Some things as time has went on look a little weirder. Him getting online in line was pretty weird to me. I don't know, it's tiebacks to this place before I knew this place existed. Being the one to buy it property definitely concerned me these days. Does that mean he's high on the list? All the YouTube shit, though. Minecraft shit. Shared between Dawn, Candace, the kids, Squall, Dobbs. Little concern. Those like Scott H., Penny, Linda. Little concern. But trust me when I tell you that I hold teeny tiny receipts that in a matter of seconds I can post. And it really invalidates almost every creator here and every bit of their content from day one. And all the bullshit all of you pumped out, including you, PG. As for now, it's best to let Dobbs' public statements on YouTube stand and his fucking lies. Maybe it plays in somewhere for somebody at some point. Guess that story will be told eventually. Let's all remember here that it wasn't just weird, creepy Jody Sue or monster, but that Don himself had come into contact with Dobbs on the 14th, according to Dobbs and Don. That another family member came into contact with Dobbs before I and Monster ever did and told him to get the fuck off the property. He was in the wrong spot. And that it took the actual people on the property deeds to call the police and have him removed, and that they were present while he was being removed. Let's all take a minute there. You want to? They had to call police. They had to be present. The cops, in the end, made the decision to remove him based on things present at the time. See how it works? That's what I thought. But if you all want to keep eating shit from tragedy pimps, you go right ahead. And there was a few good reasons why, including protecting the neighborhood, others in it, certain behaviors, etc. While we looked to see where he was and was not, and I hold those receipts. But giving those out gives you all more bullshit to feed on, doesn't it? It gives you more shit to convolute and chaos. It gives y'all more shit to falsely target, fuck with, tamper with, sacrifice innocent motherfuckers while you distract from and create chaos for them, all of which hides somewhere in the truth. It only helps yourselves and those last known to be with Summer. Fuck you. Some of us are still trying to hold a line every day and walk this goddamn web of all of you all trying to do shit with some common sense, even if we are double-edged swords ourselves, and trying to stop fuck shit like this from occurring again around another community, family, survivor, fighter, victim, and other open and active investigation, because all of you have been able to silence all this prior to summer. But not the voices since, and there are a few stacked up wanting this shit to stop, and their voices grow, and it's growing even in the media, and calling you all out for this shit. So, and I know there's journalists watching you all. Yep, you heard me. Watching you fuck sticks. You criminals and creators behind these icons, they're watching you. You, not us. You. And they've been here since the beginning. Wonder why. And at the end, I guess that'll bear out. Won't. Because, see, in the end, I think you all are going to be somebody's food. And if I had my guesses, and I do, any good producer, Netflix special, anything like that, any really good 2020 people, anybody truly wanted to make money and do whatever, or do good for whatever while, if they wanted to make a real good movie, it'd be on the fuck shit y'all have done in Summer Wells' case and how you operate amongst one another in cases, tamper with them, how far you go, what you do to people and their families. Oh, and especially how far you went in Summer Wells. You know how many seasons they could make of you motherfuckers alone? Far more than they ever would on any case of murdered or missing man, woman, or child. And boy, the suspense factor and the Tom Clancy mystery. All these fuck sticks around the world, just all of it. the level to which you all have gone together in a well-organized group online, could make somebody a goddamn fortune. And I'd bet by the end it will, and I bet a few of you that more than a few of you are going to be left at the end at some point somewhere down the road, absolutely outed in public in front of your families, communities, PTA meetings, your bosses, water coolers, your besties who don't know what you get up for funsies, hanging your head in shame, unemployable, destitute, fighting off hordes of motherfuckers that are like, what the fuck did you do around this missing girl named Summer Wills? Your kids are gonna be like, I don't know, maybe like y'all done everybody else's kids in all these cases. You've wrongly accused their parents and tormented and kept them in boxes and used abuse against them and done all this fuck shit. I'd say more than a few of your children, unfortunately, are going to feel some what ours have felt. And I do not want that for them, but I guarantee you at the end of the pipeline, that's what's going to happen. Oh, somebody's named War Dog, and they wasted their week-long subway time to come over here and make that comment. Hey, War Dog, if you really think that, go buy a piss test, throw it out in the driveway, I'll take it. So you shut your stupid pie hole over here in chat. Wrong answer, bro. Make you feel better. Be a troll. Hey, look, you think if they leave enough troll comments like that eventually somebody like, what does that do exactly? You think die? Enhanced? What does that do? Do you think the trolls, like, at this point, or at any point, if they come over and place that in my chat, then somebody will believe it? Or is it meant to trigger me in some way? Or, I mean, I know it's always meant to divert. Try to get clip shit, but what's the point? Seriously. I can't figure it out. Other than wasting their own life. If anybody wants to believe that for me, then you go right ahead. You seen somebody post it in my chat, it must be true, guys. Here. We'll put it up here. You know what I'm saying? Here you go. Let's give War Dog a second in the sun. I mean, they spent a week waiting to come over here. Metal, Pantera, Seymour, Muller B, whatever the hell it is. Oh, you must come with that influx of stashed uptick in viewers and the gamer trolls starting about a month ago. September 22nd, 2017. Not taking subs. Let's see, you've been bothering others. Muller B. Okay. Alright, so if anybody wants to go make friends with Muller B and talk shit about me or something, and swear I'm meth head, together, make frenzies over that, what I'm gonna do is, I'll do you a favor here. That way Muller can maybe find a life in a group of friends here, a tribe aligned, so maybe they stop their shenanigans. Y'all of like mind, you can go find them and be frenzies with them, by the post in the community section. Okay. Now, yeah, you're welcome. I hope you find your tribe of useless people on the face of the planet. Good deal, bro. Alright, so, I'm a block war dog now. And I'm gonna carry on more with us. Okay, so, I don't know what the hell PG was over there talking about, but apparently, it's whatever 11 months ago. It's even worse than it is now. I don't really give a shit about any of that. I know how bad she began, what she did in the middle, especially while being frenzies, and sissy to Dawn and Candace. You know, I'm well aware, just like I am the rest. So anyway, like I said, one day. Right, I'd hazard bet these tragedy pimps find themselves sold in a better story than I'd guarantee it. So anyway, let's carry on. So here's where I'm at. I was looking at some things today, like always. Cause I can't even with that. Can't even. Not gonna. Right. They do send their very best, Nance. He must have dumped her in all the angst, you know. She went sideways, did it? A while back? Hey, yeah, Don likes those female creators in here, though, right, Nance? That's why Cher was plotting while he was in jealous there. As soon as he got hold of her, she'd seem to Tiffany Marie, so it was easy to manipulate Dawn with pretty women, and she'd make sure Dawn talked to Tiffany Marie, and she was going to share and spread him all over the place because he reacted to all women just like her in jail, etc. PG. Even weirdly Moo Cow now. He does have a thing for those lady creators. Cher ain't wrong as she manipulates him. But they're all his friend. I've never lied to you, have I, Dawn? As we've helped you manufacture chaos and sacrifice innocent people and make other people look guilty. Have we, Dawn? Dawn! Dear Dawn! So anyway, but they're all just looking for the truth, aren't they? It's all they spit out are the facts, eh? Let's see what you all watch is one thing. What some of us watch is another. Always has been. It's like this shit right now. And as always, with Fred and Sense, whatever. Search this, search that. It's goofy as fuck. So, they're all so many things to every bit of it at this place. And even those around it don't hold. Can't get shit done around here. Seriously. There's also another dumbass button I touched today. One I think I've not touched very often, extremely infrequently, but I know it is from the beginning. I've mostly ignored it. It stays in chats perpetually, always has. Built a channel, did whatever, blah blah blah. Right? What the fuck's new around here? Same song and dance for well, since long before we were here, for sure. For sure. Alright. I appreciate it, Rita. Thank you. I do indeed. So, if y'all want to hang in here on me a bit, I'm gonna get to the fucking point that I came here for today. That was not really Don B or PG's horseshittery. Or whatever the hell it is. But I have a point, and I'm really tired of being a little bit off track. I've still got shit from like 4 days ago. I need to get back to and playing here and just whatever. I've got so many things that I need to put here, but I don't know, man. Being this sick lately, it's hard right now. But there's always a great deal many distractions that makes it harder. And right now, my body is tolerating less and less. My ass, like really had to take a Tylenol for the first time forever. And that's probably not the best I did, honestly. So, I'm sure I'll pay for that later. Anyway, I really did think my favorite one, Seven's one, finally broke for the first time. No. No. Well, sort of, maybe. Hell, I don't know what happened, but I thought that would be the end of it. No. Within about 45 minutes, I figured out, no, it came back with a fucking vengeance. So, it acted like it broke, so it was pouring whole night. Mm-mm. And then within 45 minutes, right back at it. It was some bullshit. So, yeah, I don't know what the hell's problem is. Yeah, and that's when I come back in earlier. Couldn't see out of this side, which is not that uncommon. You all just can't tell, and I don't say, but it was doing the funky, weird, ocular migraine weirdness across it too, so took the Tylenol. Seemed to help. But my kidneys and shit are gonna fucking destroy me later. So anyway, those two are having a hard enough time coping these days. Without any of that bullshit. So, Anyway. So, my point, without distractions and without garbage and whatever, I don't know. I don't know if I should shut this one down and start another one. Or make it a 10-hour. I think we'll just continue to carry on because those who listen will, those who don't, don't. Tragedy events, if they want it, they can work for it. It's somewhere in the middle of it, so. It generally is, isn't it? So, like most things, I don't know where to begin because you never know whether and what is chicken or the egg, or whether, you know, you can work puzzles and fires many different ways, right? Still always be wrong, be whatever. And then at the end, still come to the major chicken or the egg. And know only the same thing you've known since June 15th, which may not be, but still would be doing the exact same, which is a fucking problem, man. But what you can do one way is try. And also try to move it back carefully in a realm that's like a bull in a china shop. And to try not to be any more than the double-edged sword you unfortunately are. Try to do no harm, but take no shit. Try being the operative word. Fucking Jurassic Park, bro. Alright. So, I don't know where to begin. But, it's not what I need. There's always so many goddamn branches. Now, this one, I touched its stupid button while it's still live today. I don't even know why in the hell it's pushed at me. And to watch this section of horseshit, I don't know what I did to deserve that. But anyway, I was like, well, I catch to the end. They're on stumping for the psychic. They're doing whatever. I don't know. Right? They're like, rah rah, psychic. I just don't care. Then they're certain and they're telling their chat that they're tracking down or did something with family ties and also their garbage. And it's got stuff concerning Chad in it and all this. And they've tracked it back from Chad to this narrative family relations. But they've got Chad's whole ass name wrong. So I don't know what Chad they're running down and have connected back to folks, but it ain't the right Chad. I was like, well, that explains some shit. And holy fuck. Hope that's. Oh yeah, you can't fix it at this point. And of course there's shit in there, but it's like, meh, right? I literally caught the last few minutes of its live. It's too stupid for me. I kind of had a giggle when they talked about all this research, all the shit they've done. They've been here since the beginning. They know all the things. And then they come out with the Chad shit, and they got the names wrong, and they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And then I just kind of giggle. So anyway, but then it ends, right? Because I've only been there a minute. It ends. I recycle and do the scan button. I'm like, wait, what's this thing got up on the screen? Now me, I'd already been doing my own thing. Always am. 2+ years of it. But I catch something that, I don't know, flies sparks off other fires, puzzles, whatever. So then I'm like, And then, of course, down the rabbit hole, another avenue to go. But with things I've known to be true for many years, real life in that motherfucker, next to those motherfuckers, truth of certain things, interactions, things said, done. And it may mean something to somebody that holds fucking a key or keys or something. So in that way, I think they're important sometimes to say here or to put here, and still have to skip about my so it's chaos and sacrifice machine. Fucking YouTube can't fuck around with certain shit, knows certain shit, helps certain motherfuckers escape shit, helps spiders weave shit. It's a hell of a goddamn one. But maybe at least the insight might help something. At least as much as can be put here. Can. So, go back. Scan. What the fuck is this on the screen? Oh my god, it's a fucking ad. Fucking ad.
My mom would.
Oh, come on. Fuck it, I was fun wherever the fuck I was. Where it's fun. Oh, Um, are we breaking cups, Di? Oh, okay. Anyway, let me see.
It's taking forever to load. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, y'all have talked monster one of those. I try not to go about breaking things. It's not cathartic for me. Oh, the bulls and the trunks. I got you. I'm following. Alright. Oh dear.
Sorry, I was muted. And then I got the yawnies. I call them the yawnies because you know how it be when you're pregnant. Well, not all of you, but some of you might. Okay. This isn't the full picture. Damn, hold on. But what we're looking at for the time being is an article in a local newspaper. It's like one of those digital newspapers that they started doing in like 2007 when Facebook came out. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. The full one.
I don't know what she thinks happened to newspapers, or that digital newspaper access was only on Facebook while we all still had our Facebook farms. I'm not sure. Okay, but it's fun.
The full potatoes.
Or that if she thinks Facebook was the first place you could access newspapers and articles online, but that too's fine. We're just gonna carry on.
But this is about a new charge when Warren Hare, excuse me, was on work release after being found guilty in 1984 or 19 something for the inappropriateness with a family member. You know, the 8 counts.
Oh Lord, here they go with that YouTube policy. Okay, the dude had sexually assaulted a family member repeatedly. It was incestuous, etc. Okay, they were minor. This was in the 80s, etc. Because of he was found woo woo. So, and I thought they put him in prison. Apparently, they put him in a facility until they could get him better enough to train. I don't know. But apparently, some idiot along the way thought it was a good idea to let him do work release and such. Whatever. Then it was from a mental facility. Okay, fine. Carrying on, right? So what happens is, inevitably,
Got to be careful because, policy of Fiji. But yeah, this is what this is kind of explaining. So, when you think of the charge of what I'm talking about, you're thinking, okay, it's a young child because that's, Summer Wells. So let's read this. Charged with first-degree SA, Warren Herrera, 50, Grantsburg, appeared before Judge Ken Coates for an initial appearance on Friday, October 3rd. This was in 2009, I believe. The Class B felony carries a maximum sentence of 60 years, so this is separate. And what had happened was Mr. Warren, while he was on his work release and out and about in the public, even though he was checking in at the mental hospital he was staying at, he got to do certain things. And what did he do? Inappropriately essayed a 8-year-old girl. Yeah. After knowing damn well.
Yep, he touched a little one this time. And what she's highlighting isn't the most concerning, but you see where it took place is concerned. He was able to access a child while she was staying overnight. Allegedly Harrer inappropriately touched an 8-year-old girl on Saturday, September 20th, while the girl was staying overnight at a friend of the family's home in Main Township. The alleged victim's mother reported the incident to Burnett County Sheriff's Department on Monday, September 22nd, and Harrer has been in custody since Thursday, September 25th. During the brief appearance, Cutts recused himself of future court proceedings because he was the prosecutor of earlier sexual assault charges against Harrer. Cutts was the Burnett County District Attorney at the time when Harrer faced 8 felony counts for inappropriate sex with a 17-year-old woman in private, whatever. In that case, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. Alright. Well, it sure was.
Well, he would be an offender. So allegedly, Harrer.
In, I believe it says 1994, but as I recall, his dates back to like the 80s as well. I'm back. Sorry. Not really, though. I was taking care of things for the night. Alright, so let's take a walk on the wild side. And I'd love to tell you that this article is written by, well, any other name in the world. But the person writing this article way back in the day, their last name's really Summer. Talk about a brain dot Bermuda Triangle. Bit of factoid. But anyway. So, let me back it up here. This shit's about to get funky. Oh, yeah. And see, this one is titled Repeat Offender Faces New Sexual Assault Charges. The article's written by Cheryl Summer, and it's from Siren. I guess that's a town or whatever. And it was inside of Burnett County. Whatever, right? Alright, now. So anyway. Alright. Let's carry on. But anyway, it tells you that, and with releases like this, where it's from mental institutions, that sort of thing, if they're allowed overnight or weekend visits and stuff, it's generally got to be a family. So family of his decided it would be a good idea to have one of their family friends' children stay over while Uncle here was there. Yeah, despite his history. Even with their own blood. Oh yeah? Never seen so many trees of touchy-feely abuse and rotten apples in my whole life. Anyway.
Inappropriately touched an 8-year-old girl on Saturday, September 20th, while the girl was staying overnight at a friend of the family's home in Menon Township, Wisconsin. Oh, it was 2008 that this happened. Excuse me, guys.
Now this is, the offense date was, well, it was reported to the sheriff's office on September 22nd, 2008. Right? Now Rose vanishes in Amazon, of course. Anyway, carrying on.
So she was, the girl was staying overnight at that friend's house. The alleged victim's mother reported the incident to Burnett County Sheriff's Department on Monday, September 22nd, and her hair has been in custody since Thursday. During the brief appearance, this is the important part.
So, Cuts recused himself, he's recorded, blah, blah, blah. DA at the time when Hare faced 8 felony charges for inappropriate sex with a 17-year-old woman in 1994. In that case, the contact was reported to be consensual and had occurred regularly for the previous year and a half. In that case, Hare pled not guilty by reason of mental defect. Dr. John Laney was appointed as a court expert to determine mental capacity, the defense attorney, blah, blah. He was supposed to be committed for 53 years and 4 months. However, he was released on October 30th, 2003 from an institutional case carried to a conditional release under the jurisdiction of the Department of Corrections. Because the new charges, this conditional release is under review. I don't even know what the fuck's going on in Wisconsin, okay? I just.
What I'm about to say, you got to think about this, okay? Think about what's going on in 2008.
Thing is, $17 and $90. Hmm. Hmm. No, there's apparently 2-year age difference. So it wouldn't have been that. Alright. I'm back. And, true crime, you can agree with Don B all you want, but Don B literally also stated that people in the area, once again, even somebody who'd semi-legally adopted Summer wouldn't recognize her. That's fucking stupid. Now, I can see people all across the country not being fully aware of who Summer is. Unfortunately, it's going to be the case with every missing child, woman, or man. Not everybody across the entire country, unfortunately, is going to know about them, right? It's just the way it is. You can't expect it. All you can hope is the right person somewhere sees them. Okay? But this fucking idiot is going on the same shit this idiotic place has from the beginning. Plus adding the fuck shit from. I'm just not gonna go back to it. Okay? I'm just not. Y'all listen to his damn words carefully and what he's saying. Don B's a fucking moron. He's an idiot. I can't with that dude. His math doesn't add up over there. And there's no way somebody semi-legally adopted her, right? No way. They would be fully aware who she is, and they would have made a concerted effort, obviously, for over 2 years to conceal that and to keep her off the radar, which means they would be fully involved, and that would not be an adoption. And that'd be something else. Yeah. That'd be something else. Yeah, it is unfortunate, but you can't expect that in any case. I mean, not every single person you come in contact with, or everybody across the country or world, is going to recognize every single missing person. It's just not going to happen. You know? Wish that were not the case. Okay. I wish everybody knew all the missing. But, I don't. It's just not. It's just never going to be the case. You just hope somewhere along the way the right person sees. Yeah, true crime. I hold up every day, and I have since 15. 21. That she's alive, and depending on who's responsible, it makes chance of that more likely, depending on. But thanks for telling me that you don't think she is. It's not heavy at all. I'm well aware of possibilities. I'll never be prepared for all of those, and I don't think I'll take it well if it's the other way at all. I don't think I, my children, or anybody here that knows her will. But thanks for reminding us. But I do carry hope that she's alive, and if certain people are responsible for June 15th, it almost certainly means she is indeed alive. Just trying to figure that out. But yeah, tried to hold hope since assholes in that fucking road on June 15th were like, ah, she's dead. Meh, who gives a fuck? Yeah. Probably wouldn't even be here if it hadn't been for that. One singular moment in a sentence or two in time. And didn't feel like anybody else in the world had hope. Like people wanted her dead, or so far gone she'd never be found. And everybody else just seen her as a case, maybe at first. All the monsters on both hills, they slept just fine. I know others around the community who actually cared or were concerned did not. I was not the only one out, not listening and waiting, keeping an eye on, hoping. There were a great deal many of us doing that, while all the monsters slept fine. They still all do, don't they? Still don't. So anyway. Let's see. Some stupid shit somewhere. So, because of the new charges at that point, they were going to consider the revocation of the conditional release, and that was going to be on October 15th. Yeah.
Nate, think about the family around Candace Bly. Think about it. During the brief appearance, Kutz recused himself of future court proceedings because he was the prosecutor of early SA charges against Hare. He was the Burnett County District Attorney at the time when Hare faced 8 felony charges. This is the important part. The 8 incest charges for inappropriate with a 17-year-old woman in 1994. I said 84 earlier, I'm sorry. 1994. In that case, the SA contact was reported to be, listen up, consensual and had occurred regularly for the previous year and a half. Think about that for a second. As hard as that is to wrap your head around.
Sorry, I'm currently working on hunting down another local who's all the way pissed me the fuck off in the past 3 days. Okay. Anyway.
It was reported.
And it's an entirely separate situation.
To be consensual and had occurred regularly for the previous year and a half. So what that is saying is that it was going on for a year and a half. It was a family member because it was the I word. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. When I say this, because that's what his charges were.
I mean, what kind of family is that? That one would think it was okay, and so the other, and it's at and underage, and like, did the whole damn film? I don't. You know, whatever. So, just whatever.
Y'all remember this, most of you.
Yeah. Ish.
So, then you got to take it a step further, unfortunately. Yeah, Grandma, you put it. I'm going to quickly put it up here. That's what it was. Those were the 8 charges.
Yeah.
And it says it right here, 8 felony charges for inappropriate essay for the 17-year-old woman. You know, because you're thinking this 8 charges were like a little child because of the Summer Wells case and the family toxicity and things that are going around with Candace. You know, there's alleged rumors that she was seeing
No, and no way would anybody think that based on dates and times and anything like that. But like I said, here's some buttons, bro.
underage boy. Then you have Hunter. So all of these things, right?
And there you are putting shit out there on H that nobody knows. Either way, but go ahead and just put it out there. Just throw out some shit. Doesn't matter.
All right. Well, how would you really know if you didn't have somebody testifying, like this 17-year-old woman, who is a family member? Obviously, it's a family member. How would you?
My question is, he was literally found with such a mental defect that he could not be tried, done whatever with me, but was still sentenced to decades and decades to be, still even then later on changed and whatever, and and everybody felt everybody up in there, including the family who knew his shit, then let a child stay over so he could touch him, I guess, whatever. And then, okay, fine, whatever. But also, a lot of families, man, have a lot of things in common, don't they? Not just things like, this that seem to travel from generation to generation to generation, but, if there's extreme mental illness, it will travel, etc., to certain types. I don't know. Kind of wonder if there's any. Yeah, you go all the way back to like some of those records they put out on C about her being ordered to certain types of care in court settings, but around here you don't know what's true or manufactured, because they do have a habit of manufacturing and making up charges, court records, even the biggest of them, or the biggest among them sharing those, knowing damn good and well they ain't real. It's fine. Anyway, But, there's a lot of shared shit and rotten and weird crooked trees.
You know it was that way, or it was what it was without some proof, right, that it happened. Well, let me tell you the court records. Some of them we don't have, or I don't have, but I can tell you that the most logical explanation and reason for them to know.
I just can't. I'm just gonna mute it. So it stays there for forever, I guess. Till it freezes over. Then there's stumping for psychic, blah, blah, blah. And then been here since day one, but still has Chad's info wrong, but she solved it all based on wrong info. It's fun. Alright. So I think we covered kind of the base there. Now, this particular event, a series of events here, well, they're what? Less than a year before Rose finishes. Now, Rose, oh, we're getting ready to branch off. Alright? We're getting ready to branch off. And about 40 different. She goes missing less than a year later. Okay? Age 21, 2 small children. 8/21/2009. She was only supposed to be leaving her residence to travel 5-6 miles down the road. Her car was recovered 5 days later in a Grantsburg, Wisconsin parking lot. But Grantsburg is only actually like, it's just like right there. It's like I don't know, I think it's like a 30-mile difference, right? Okay. But it was a parking lot typically used by truck drivers to park their tractor trailers. And yeah, they do say it in here. Parking lot's approximately 30 miles from a residence. Alright. Now, you see, believe, because there's not that much of an age difference between certain kids around here. Candace should have been pregnant at one point and or very like getting her to give birth, etc. Then her and Dawn live in a van, live in some tents, the oldest, etc. for a bit, that type of thing. This also would not have been long after she'd also been told she needed to do certain things in court, etc. Anyway, so what gets weirder, Candace at one point says when her sister vanishes, she's in between Arkansas and Tennessee. Okay, fine. Dawn says they come back here to take care of his mother. No. She dies at the home of a family friend in Church Hill. And then there's another camp of people that also took care of Miss Goad for several years while she was sick, all these other things. They pay for the funeral, etc. You can guess that the residence they stayed at would have been Clyde, etc. as well. Everything gets a little funky. Instead of Bill's children, which you never hear about, getting the property, or Bill's sister, Mary, Gladys somehow gets it. Then, until Dawn makes sure to get married, it's not really turned over here fully. But Dawn and Candace, very early on, 21, say they've lived here for, well, 13, 14 years. Well, no, 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 because the oldest was already born, and they traveled around for a bit before landing here. Alright? Yep. Sure did. 13 or 14 years wouldn't have been possible. Neither would other times. Especially considering other things now. So, anyway. And I know what the people, and I'm not trying to say anybody is the Rose Factory, any of that, right? No, I'm going with this. So, don't assume shit. However, what you have is a fucking weirdness here, okay? Now, we lived at 125 for quite a fucking long time. Most of my children's lives were spent there, etc. I was familiar with property and the codes and the whole neighborhood for most of my life, even before Monster. I was familiar with Ben Hill because I knew people who lived on it. And otherwise. But then definitely for close to 30 years in and around with Monster. So, there's a whole lot of knowledge there, right? With all these things. So anyway, here's the thing. And man, why don't you see that? Why don't Bill's children come out and vouch for, oh, how great Don was, or, I don't know, man. I guess much like his second step family before the last, I don't, well, I don't know what you call it, because he had the second step, or, well, You had the real dad, the first stepfather who was abusive. There was touchy shit going on there. But there was kids and others involved, and you don't see them coming forward to vouch for him. And you don't even see any of Pam's other kids that he helped raise at a certain point, even with his own, that they were down here for a short period, exhibited the same behaviors they did with some of her brothers, and then they jetted the fuck off, etc. at a certain point. You don't see any of those children coming forward either. I don't know, man. And where the hell's Heidi? Sonya speaks. Heidi doesn't. It's very strange. Oh, it's really fucking weird. Never seen a hive like all of these. And you've got the babysitter married to Don Stat, and then the weird mental stuff there. And then you got the touchy-feely, not just with Don's side, but also that step family. It's just far too much, okay? That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying, I've never seen anything like it. I just, is what it is. Okay, so, Rose vanishes at the end of '09. Now, we lived there on Ben Hill quite a great while. We know somebody's living next door. They're pretty quiet. Not a whole lot of traffic. Not a whole lot of anything. Everything stays grown up. They stay to themselves, etc. Till after the Peepin' Tom incident. Weirdly enough. And then the next day at the mailbox, now this went on for a couple years, obviously. Weird shit, man. But after almost catching this person like with arm's length twice, anyway, all of a sudden, people pop up and introduce themselves. Like the fuck. Thought it was weird then. I still find it weird. Then everything really starts changing. Okay? Oh yeah. Now, I don't know if it was a certain level of comfort had been reached or far enough out. I don't know. Even then, it was like, man, why have these people been so very. And then all of a sudden, this explosion of. Wow. And always in my gut. Always in my gut. And this feeling, right? You know enough fucking criminals, friends in low places, behaviors, people, monsters, read people. You realize there's shit that whispers to you and it says, man, these people been here trying to kind of lay low, something. Then you realize, some of the shit slips out early on. Right now, like, oh, I get it. I get it. It's probably child support shit then, or something like that, or, Candace is proudly proclaiming that she pulled guns on DCS at one point, meth labs. lost more kids than she actually did, type of stories, blah, blah, blah. You think, it's something simple, child support, something like that. But they were trying to lay low. But you still, even after the explosion of activity and the extreme change, you realize they're still sort of living that way. Wild, but comfortable. But maybe enough time passed to make them feel that. But they still weren't. Some, something's always not quite right. Never is. But then what happens? You get this story eventually about Rose, right? You don't ask, I don't. There's all of a sudden, one day, like it's typical, they just pop out with some shit. It happens. They're known for it. The sister's missing. I'm like, oh, okay. Right? And I remember where Candace and I were when she said that first. We're sort of around the curve. We weren't even near the mailbox room. We're just around the curve. Pretty bright, decent day. Mid-afternoon, probably about the time the kids, buses, that type of shit were coming and going. But that's where she mentioned it to me. It was on the right side of the road, the ditch line. Okay, whatever. Anyway, I remember there being dirt marks from tires for somebody going through the muddy bit, probably passing somebody else. But it was dry. It was, a brighter colored word right there. Anyway, the thing is, Candace is telling me about Rose, but only in so much that it's, oh yeah, my sister, she vanished. She has a 2020 special or some shit. One I meant to look up when I was out or whatever, but never quite got around to in those days, so you couldn't get internet there yet. Shit. No real strength enough to watch anything like that anyway. I did try quite a few times to look it up. Never quite managed it. I just let it go. But what I do remember is that, and I didn't put this together until after summer vanished. At the time, Rose was made out to have been missing for years prior to when Candace told me the story. She made it like it was a long past thing. Knowing now the dates, Rose would have only been missing a couple years at that point. Okay? Fine. But what Candace does do is tells me that Rose was like last seen leaving a bar with two dudes, etc. La la. makes her out like she's basically out being a whore type thing. It's pretty short, but anything elaborate, she didn't really elaborate. Really, you could tell even then, all she really wanted, she was proud of the 2020 thing, right? Whatever show it was, Dateline 2020, I don't remember now. I know my normal brain would, but I'm just not feeling well. Anyway, um, much like the reason her other kids being taken is also not entirely accurate, and she's more proud of it than anything else. That's mentioned in that fact that you never hear her speak about the kids, mention them by name, not that she misses nothing like that. Rose and her stories told to me in the same. Candace is proud of the fact that there's a 2020 or Dayline, whatever out there, but basically makes Rose into a fucking whore and makes it like she's been gone for years. Though at that time that would not have been the case. Would not have been the case at all. Now, Grandis eventually, at some point when she was visiting, coming in and out, I met her. We were sitting in the upstairs living room slash kitchen area of 110. She breaks out, and I can describe the books, but I'll say what those look like. Ask a question about law enforcement for any reason. It's not publicly known, etc. But and what was in those books. But thing is, um, she goes through some things. She talks about Rose a little bit, etc. Mm-hmm. But Grandis, I guess typical in those first bits, you don't see her very often. She doesn't live there. She doesn't stay there. But at brief periods, it's clear her and Dawn do not get along. She also had a relationship at that point, etc. But for some reason, that and the timing of that's a little strange too. But anyway, so what you have is yeah, strangeness. Y'all, in Rose's case, why do you think somebody left? Bothered to take her car and leave it at a truck stop or an area where tractor trailers are going to be parked, swapped, whatever, right? Why do you think they did that? in '09. Cross a line where it might take cops, if or when they find it eventually, a bit to connect the dots with another county or whatever, 30 miles away or whatever. Also might give the impression some young mother just under too much stress and going through a divorce just, oh, I don't know, hopped a semi and left town. But she's of age, so maybe she's had a break. She'll call in a few days, right? She'll show back up. Can't file a report yet, something like that, right? Buys time, doesn't it? Might make her look like she's out of area. Just too much stress, too much whatever. So let's take off. Throws the shift to look like maybe tractor trailer drivers who are notorious for visiting lot lizards and being a little sketch and all that too. Might make it to where several counties have to work together, which is harder. It might buy time. It also would probably buy enough time back in '09 for what generally were cameras back then. All of them operated on 24-hour cycles. If it wasn't found, it was erased off of anything or recorded over. It might take a while to even notice the cars, since the main people through there are tractor trailer drivers. They go on long hauls. They go on this, that, and the other. They would probably think, well, one of my buddies parked there, his wife or whatever, to meet him and go on a ride with him or whatever, and wouldn't be unusual for a car to be parked here to even report it. And then it's just, what, a 21-year-old woman who's too much stress, kids going through a divorce, maybe just skipped out for a little while. Well, we'll take the report later. That doesn't seem like somebody that just randomly committed whatever. Like it was an accidental oopsies or a random stranger ran into Rose, did whatever, leaving very little trace, I guess. That lucky. Which I hear tell there's DNA. So, but, anybody in those moments had it been like another person, I don't know, and it was a heat of the moment thing or something like that. No, mm-mm. No, I just don't know about all that. Somebody had time and was calm enough to think that shit out. And probably knew what they were going to do before it happened. Or after the fact had a bit to do so, but still yet. And that's so Occam's razor and simple, but also a little complicated. In a way, But, if you can think like something funky there, at least in my opinion. Okay, so back to the gut says, and the weird crossover and explosion and changes and shifts and whatnot, right? Okay, so then what happens in some point, Candace comes into contact around here locally with someone I've known since they were very young, since we were young. And Candace, for years, and I never let on, did not know that I knew this person in the family. um, but I would tell you that this person and their children were the first versions, really, of Allie and H. Oh, but it gets weirder. This person, even when Candace would have come into contact with her, I assume around some bad friends around here locally, even at Road Hard and Put Up Wet stage of the ship, she looks goddamn identical to Rose. You think I'm joking? Oh, I ain't joking. Find that odd. Find that real strange. See, I didn't have a real good concept of what. Yeah, I would have had no reason. Oh, man. Oh, but it gets weirder. Gets weirder. Now, at the end of, near an end, 2018, this woman's mom moves in over there with her own camper. It stays parked for her entire living experience over there. Exactly where Summer Swing area is. Okay. Her and Candace Sr. move in at the same time. The plan then was to build them both a little like retirement cove with a camper connected or some shit. Okay. Like whatever. Okay. Now, I realized fairly quickly that this particular person is being used and semi-trapped-ish, maybe, but Candace Sr. is definitely not living over there full-time at that point. There is some shit that lights up eventually. This backs up to other events. And those other events include August 26th fireworks. I'll leave it at that. That backs up to here we go. August 23rd, 2019. Keep these dates. August 23rd, 2019 is when at least wait. Alright. They start trying to revitalize and do a 10-year anniversary thing with Rose up there in Wisconsin. August 21st, 23rd, 2019. Polk County Sheriff's Department held a press conference earlier today to share a new approach to bring attention to the case. Now, this was updated March 4th, etc. So anyway, but this piece was originally for the 10-year mark. It has now been missing for 10 years. The Sheriff's Department released a documentary to tell Rose's story in hopes it would generate some new information that could bring answers to Rose's family. The Sheriff's Department has also released an age-progressed photo of Rose and established a new tip line. As in all missing persons cases, someone somewhere knows something. If you have any information on the disappearance of Rose Blythe, please contact Polk County Sheriff's Office at. Anyway, it says in here, this is a post from Polk County Sheriff's Department on their Facebook page. On August 21st, 2009, Rosemary Bly left her residence, believed to be on her way to Cushing, Wisconsin. She's not been seen or heard from since. 10 years have now passed since Rose's family and friends have seen their loved one. Since that day, the Polk County Sheriff's Office has received over 200 tips and have interviewed more than 150 people, hoping to find the answer that everyone is searching for. Where is she? This case has always been a priority, and we continue to aggressively look into it. Any and all leads as they come in. We will continue to do everything within our power to bring closure to this case for Rose's family, her friends, and the community. In an effort to bring this case back in the spotlight, the Sheriff's Office is taking a new approach. In an effort to bring this case back into the news, the overall goal: generate new conversation and in turn tips and information, which will hopefully help us bring this case to a resolution. In addition to this video, which highlights Rose's mom's painful journey as she continues to look for her youngest daughter, a tip line has also been established at the Sheriff's Office. Someone knows something. Someone has the key. After 10 years, it's time for Rose to come home. If any information on the disappearance whereabouts of Rose Bly, please contact the Polk County Sheriff's Office at 715-485-8300. 10 years is too long. 10 years is long enough. Now, the video is
tucked away in the rolling hills and dense forests of northwest Wisconsin is a landscape so beautiful you'd swear it was taken directly from a painting. But if you look close enough, there is a dark cloud lingering in the distance. A secret that these roads have held on to for far too long. A secret that has haunted Candace Hare in this community for 10 long years.
And it's horrible. It's hard to deal with. Very hard to deal with. And my life will never be known without knowing where my daughter is.
On August 21st, 2009, Rose Marie Bly left her residence in St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin, believed to be en route to Cushing, just a short 6-mile drive to the east. The 21-year-old mother of 2 never made it. Days later, Bly's 2001 Pontiac Grand Am was found in the village of Grantsburg, nearly 17 miles north of her house, with no explanation as to how it got there. No one has seen or heard from her since. There hasn't been a day that has gone by when Candace Hare hasn't wondered where her youngest daughter is, or if she's okay.
With a missing child, there's a hole in your heart that can't be filled. And it's an impossible journey every day to wake up and wonder where she is. Just trying to figure out where my daughter is. It's horrible. It's not a good feeling. It's just, I wish I knew where she was.
My name is Brett Walk, and I'm the Polk County Sheriff.
When Rose Bly went missing, Brett Walk was a patrol sergeant with the Polk County Sheriff's Department. Now Sheriff Walk and his office have made finding Bly a top priority. To date, the Sheriff's Department has investigated more than 200 tips and have interviewed more than 150 people. Still, the same question remains. Where is Rose Bly?
Well, I sympathize with the family of Rose because they want to know the answers, much like we do. And when these answers are largely unknown, that's very difficult to deal with. When you have to keep questioning what happened to Rose and where did she go. And certainly that is the solution we're looking for. We want to bring closure to this. 10 years, a decade, that's a lot of time. And you just look at what's changed in our lives and our careers, yet alone this case is still out there. And we would like to bring conclusion to it.
10 years.
I tried to avoid this area. And I can't. It just draws me back. And I don't know.
Years of worry and wondering. A full decade Rose's children have had to spend without their mother. Someone knows something. Someone has the key. Everyone agrees it's time for this mystery to be solved. It's time for Rose to come home.
Not sure which way, but she's out there somewhere. It's hard not to cry, even just out here looking. It just brings tears to her eyes, not knowing what actually really happened. If you're out there, I still have the same number. I want to bring her home.
Like I said, all right there together within a couple days. Yeah, this being put out up there, fireworks flying here, and a sudden ejection of a certain woman whose daughter resembles Rose exactly, being voted from 110. Then I came to senior moving in fully. However, 17. Lord have mercy. Oh dear. It's not but on no chance. Might be. Might be. Yeah, no. Oh dear. Good. Supreme Court. I want to return from vacation and bruises. Imagine that. Shocked, I tell you, shocked. 24-hour time period. Yeah. Alright. No, cheating again. Shocked, I tell you. Shocked. Oh, what? More bruises. Good luck. Pokemon, collect them all. Alright. Oh, more cheating. I'm shocked. Nope. More bruises. Oh dear. Shocked. Oh look, a birthday cake though for that. Oh, shocked at me. Oh look. Surgeries on breasts after being beaten in them. It's amazing, bro. I highly recommend it. It's fan-fucking-tastic after you have to wait months to get care. It's fan-fucking-tastic. I mean, there's nothing quite like the perkiness of after-surgery breasts that are hard as rock sumo because it took months because of the damage to even seek medical treatment and surgery on him. Oh yeah. Hercules on point. After surgery. Yay. Anyway. Oh, but let's not forget that before I had that surgery done, here I was inside alone, sending pictures out to Carl while he's up there in the car with Horace on the phone. I was trying to make sure he wasn't too upset and wasn't going to beat me after this surgery because, you know, he really did enjoy that type of shit. Those are the pictures I was taking for him. See how cute. He wouldn't be upset about me having to have surgery for something he fucking did to me in the first place. It's fucking fantastic. Well, he sat out in the car and I went through it alone. Yeah. Memory. Alright. Oh, look. And it wasn't very long before, I don't know, more bruises. Shit. You don't say. No. Never. Whole day, maybe? Gotta love it. I know that damn bus. No. Weird shit, cheaty shit. Shocked, shocked. Oh, oh dear. Where the fuck did that go? Wait. Nope. There I'm like a dumbass. Doing Fred on his birthday again. But anyway. Yeah, that's when it learned it could read and had been lied to. Its whole life by its own abusers. Y'all see it, it's amazing. I mean, seriously, I have the paperwork and the date in receipts for when Monster figured out he could indeed read and he'd been lied to by his mommy and daddy his whole life. As a form of abuse. It's fucking amazing. Anniversary date on that is March 13th, 2019. Yay. Alright. So anyway, carrying on. And then suddenly he had to show off how much he could read after that. How well. It's fucking amazing. Overnight, as a matter of fact. Strange as shit. Freaks. Anyway, so the point is a second ago, this shit brought up, wasn't, but a day or two after the one that my teeth were through my bottom lip. Yeah, but that's fine. I'll just carry on because I'm looking for something. My chillins. Oh look, more bleeding. I'm shocked. Terribly shocked. Picture little Jeremy. Pictures in the sun. This should be here. Oh, more cheating. I'm shocked. Oh, more bleeding. Cheating. Weird shit. Fuck shit. Oh, more cheating. Blah blah. Anybody got time for that shit? Oh, more bruises. That's amazing. I'm shocked. Alright. Terrible. What was that? I don't know. Carrying on. It's an eye. Nope. Is that it? Maybe? No. Oh, imagine that. Oh dear. Lord. Okay. Oh, more bruises. Lord, is it ever thing? Cheating. Bruises. Oh yeah. Gotta love patterns. I went backwards. Okay. That explains. Mm. Yeah, I'm literally within a few days of that surgery. Finally, I get my face beat, choked, teeth through my fucking lips. It's lovely. I could have just went ahead and put jewelry in there, I suppose. Um, oh look, perfumes, jewelry. It decided belonged with whores more than me, who bought it from my goddamn self. Okay. Where is it? Cheating. Bullshit. Bullshit. Oh dear God. I'm just looking for like, holy shit. Oh, look. You should have met this one. This chick was fantastic. She fried goddamn tomato and cheese sandwiches in the middle of the night and sent him food porn. I was like, yikes. Okay, bro. Anyway. Oh yeah, and see, here's the best part. Stahl was already fucking him by the point of this one too, but you think Stahl ever listened to that? No, she's gonna buy himself a limo with 2 girls only. Yeah, okay, lady. Buy it if you want to. Anyway, oh, and then there's this one, and about 400 others. after there's stalls in there. It's fine though, right? Hell, I got pictures of all them around a bonfire acting stupid doing it. It's just, whatever, bro. Oh, then there's this one that was on the phone with him. He was friends with his dead buddy. It was calling him, perfect white meat and all this other shit. That was fantastic. Those were good times. Pretty racist. He was getting downwinded though. Alright. Oh god. Where the hell are those? I don't know if I'm getting a date from here. This takes forever. Hide it. Sweet baby Jesus. Oh, my shirt, he is now. Mm. Oh, look. Into 2019, and, claw marks, my face beaten, a whole set of teeth went through the lip. That's fucking amazing, isn't it? Oh, yeah. It was wonderful. It's wonderful that time, too. Like so many before. Oh, well. Okay, now, oh, more cheating. What is it? Blah, blah. Oh, wait, is that it? Hell no. I do love those pajamas, though. Here we go. Should be. This is moon. Should be. Very. Yep, should be. This made in that year. I keep mistaking my orange cat. Man, the amount of perfumes and sprays I never got to use that I bought. I don't know, I guess a whole lot of that to make a skank in a bathroom stall smell better. Is what it is. Alright. Oh, look, me paying for its haircut. Look at that. Oh my god. She's still with that thing. Alright. Mm. Flowers. 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 Mm. Oh. That was the day I was alone and they were like, bitch, you're going from one hospital to the other. Oh yeah, that was ah, there they are. So I found out I had the cancer, was in the hospital, come out, school bus there, there it is. August 5th, 2020. Alright, so, okay. What we have is end of 2019. Okay. Polk County redoes the, or brings up the 10-year anniversary of Rose. August. Those same days in there, fireworks light up around here. The other lady gets booted. Alright. Candace Sr. moves in pretty firmly-ish. Mm. Then you have, I don't know, a couple random trips. Wisconsin up north, etc. But only a couple days here and there at a time. Then what you have is, I don't know, and this is where I assume shit gets real weird. Because some shit had really lit up over there on 110. Now, Candace and Candace Sr. take off. Take all the kids with it. Don's pretty goddamn pissed. Mostly about summer. Right? It gets real funky. Real funky. one of these Wisconsin trips, or up north trips, for a short period. Candace and Candace Senior go up there. They bring back the bus full of shit. Now, obviously, Dawn is gone for certain portions of 2020, right? Jose appears. Okay. Now, their messages. Dawn does make several return trips here while in Utah that are very quick. He comes in and out. During a certain period, though, Candace Senior leave for quite a bit. They go get this bus, they bring it back, they tag it, it's sitting on the side of the road, etc. That's in August of 2020. Everything in fucking August, I guess, right? So, that would have been obviously nearing the 11-year mark for Rose. But Candace Sr. did firmly and almost fully move in, and after the other one was voted from the hill, but then there was a takeoff period in there where they took off the kids, really pissed on off. Then Dawn and all this other stuff happens, and well, stuff in the middle. And Dawn goes to Utah, but makes trips back and forth here during that time. Jose was not at 110 until after the bus and everything appeared in 2020 and nearing Rose's 11-year mark. Great. Now, why Candace Sr. at the 10-year mark, Roses, when they're picking up attention on it, they do that piece, she firmly moves in here. They boot the other lady within a couple days. Senior's here pretty fully. Shit sets off. Candace and her take off with all the kids at a certain point. Dawn's pissed about summer. Things let off in the in-between. Then the Utah trip. Dawn returns a few times. Candace Senior go back up north for a while. Then after that August, the bus appears. When Jose appears, right? Because the bus was initially parked on side of the road, freshly tagged, etc. for here, so they had to take it through Hawkins first, whatever he went. So, like I told you from the beginning, the bus ran and been sitting there for years. But nothing wrong with it. Run just fine. So anyway, and then you have the October 14th chick. I think. At first, when summer vanishes, over the course of 2 years, that maybe, I don't the change had been Candace Sr. or Summer herself getting older. She was somehow the good part of whatever that was maybe changing certain things that made everything look better. Turns out, no. What lurked beneath was, mm-mm. Nope. Uh-uh. So anyway, then you have, during this time period, after the ones voted from the Hill in 2019, you basically have it. And honestly, Allie and him really didn't appear a whole hell of a lot until 2020 themselves. They're kind of the replacements for the prior team's grandmother and the woman who looked exactly like Rose. uh, yeah, basically, it pretty much sums it up, I guess. So anyway, I find it odd. Find a whole lot of things odd. Anyway, so many branches to this, right? So, the return of Dawn has not a goddamn thing to do with Jose. And according to what he tells Bobo, he's fighting Satan up in Utah, but damned if he still ain't hot to get there again for good. Clyde moved there, whatever, So anyway, it's fucking weird around here. And have y'all seen this shit? Alright, so apparently, I don't know if I can. Where the hell is. And I noticed this today. While I was doing this. There we go. Hmm. Ah, yeah, there it is. Somebody, now I don't know who, I don't know who, probably some batshit critter online, honestly. Be my guess. Thinking they're cute. Brain dots from, mentally ill who partake of the true crime community, but I thought it fucking wild. So, go, look up Miss Codes, looking up some of her stuff, right? Somebody on August 21st of this year, not that long ago, was left by Anonymous on her findagrave.com thing, left a picture of lilies. August 21st. 20. Y'all know what August 21st is? Well, it's the anniversary date of Rose initially disappearing, seemingly without a trace off the face of the earth. Anonymous decided to go over to Karen Goads on that date and leave a lily picture. Now, a lily usually has purity, innocence, and rebirth, right? In religious icon, they often represent Virgin Mary. They're also depicted at the resurrection of Christ. Also represent femininity and fertility. Oh, so there's a Bermuda Triangle brain dot. Like I said, distractions abound. Bullshit abounds. Around here. I was like, oh, okay. Sure, why not? Then, oh, there's definitely another piece to this I was putting in. No, that was what I was looking for before that. They brought up first than now think of it. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. Oh. Now, like I said, Candace Sr. firmly moves in here after attention is suddenly brought to him. The 10-year mark. The ladies bolted entirely after. Oh, stupid. So ain't all right there, just a couple days. It's real weird. And go those dates. Anyway. So, I don't know. Let me see. Oh no, man. Grandma has a habit. A real bad one. A real bad one. So, let me see. L. I hear my cat snoring. Go for it, folks. Okay. Yep. Here we go.
ProPlan is always advancing with game-changing formulas that promote mental sharpness and help extend.
Her YouTube channel has 46.
This is July 26th. After, of course, he's started over, Bobo and whatever, but then went straight to YouTube creator and told them no. After telling Bobo he couldn't really talk about it. But anyway, carrying on.
6.5 thousand subscribers, and her interview with Don Wells from Saturday has been viewed more than 41,000 times. But Youngblood says she isn't interested in speaking with anyone but Summer's parents right now.
It makes people who might have
You see they took the boys on the 22nd.
beef with these people come out of the woodwork. And then it muddies the waters. It muddies the waters not only for the general public, but for law enforcement.
Youngblood says she will keep discussing the case on her show, but wants to be clear that finding Summer and the facts around what happened remain her focus.
Not facts surrounding.
It's explained how the theories and speculation about what happened to his daughter are affecting him.
They come to me and said somebody, they deposed him and said they had the inside scoop with CBI and that they knew that I sold my daughter for drugs. And I flipped out. I believed that stuff. Like an idiot. I believed it. Then I flipped out. I started drinking and everything else. That's why we took our kids.
Her YouTube channel has 46.5 thousand subscribers.
So he refused to really talk to Bubba about it, but ran right to YouTube. And that's about as close as the truth as you'll come, but WJHL did a piece on the 26th, but he had told her on Saturday. Either way, the boys were removed on the 22nd. Grandma, Candace Sr. there. Now she leaves. Oh yeah, guess when? Leading up to and right there, the boys being taken. Why? Why you ask? Oh yeah, that's right. You'll never believe. Well, in July of 2021, right around the boys getting ready to be and being taken, Candace Sr. leaves to go take care of a sick uncle up north. So that's super important. Guess what's happening in August? Take a guess. August. Again in August. August 27th of that. Like, it's released in the newspaper, released and published 6 days after Rose's anniversary, that they're going to release, Uncle Warren. There's definitely a variety of sick. They're going to release him again. What we're all told as the community is that this uncle is the one that Candace Sr. is going to take care of. That they need help with. Up there, other family are going to do for certain amounts of time. She was going to do for certain X amount of time, etc. I don't know, but yep. So Uncle Touchy Feely is being released shortly after Senior takes off from here to take care of a sick uncle. Right? And that was supposed to be starting on September 10th. So I don't know. Just whatever. Who knows, really? That's what we were told by Candace. Bit odd, eh? Bit odd. It'd be different if it was just like one or two of us, or Jello, whatever. One person gets this one person no. Several of us got that story. Hell, who knows? Maybe there's more than one sick uncle to prepare for, to help out. I don't. But we're given the name of that, but it's fine. So anyway, also, I believe the 23rd, because boys are taking 22nd, 23rd. Well, they were technically taken care of. Hmm. 'Cause, 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 Anyway, the amount of lies, bro. But yeah, on the 23rd, when Candace went to work with Dawn, immediately upon really having to turn the boys over, because it was kind of like a 24-hour thing there. But anyway, I have it. Alright. You know, weird part is, another weird part, another bit, is that, I've listened for all this time with Dawn repeat the same twirling, right, things. Bullshit. But never what was on his mind the night Summer vanished, other nights. I've never heard him repeat that in public about painting his thumbnail, but even in that moment, he was more worried about looking gay, and he was all like, yeah, I told her only girls wear that, and it's, man, what a fuck stick. But, he wanted to make sure to get that in there so nobody thought bad. I'm like, dude, who in the fuck would think bad of anybody who's sitting there going, well, look, she painted my thumbnail. It's the only one I let her do. And he goes, I should have let her paint them all. But I told her, only girls. Okay, think what the fuck, dude. So anyway, you know, but the thing he always kept repeating the most was she slept curled up in my arms every night. Every night of her whole life, she slept curled up in my arms. And even then, when he said it, I was like, okay, maybe it's where Summer has vanished. It's just his grief. He means it in a broad sense. This child, she's whatever. And he's not, because who in the hell would expect, you know what I mean? Like, you're like, man, this kid's always, whatever, with me. You don't hold that against me in that moment. Even though you're like, but wait a minute, bro. You remember the time Candace Sr. and Candace Jr. took off there and you really pissed, and that was for a pretty long stretch. Well, so that couldn't be true. And oh, wait, you were just going to Utah for months. So obviously, no. But you're like, no, he just means it. And like, right. He's not being nuanced about the statement. He's not, you know what I mean? But then you go back to him using the words, the same exact thing when Candace Sr. and Candace Jr. had taken off with all the kids, but he didn't give a fuck about the boys. Yeah, he was raging because Summer was gone. My daughter. She slept in my arms every night of her life. She slept curled up in my arms. That's what he's pissed about. It's also what he lands on and is concentrating on after Summer vanishes too. And he says that also about the thumbnail in the painting. He shows it to me in the moonlight. How it shimmers. He never says those two things publicly. Never. It's only twirling. And then he gives out the wrong Godzilla. Sort of, because, like, I don't know, after Summer vanishes, it becomes one Godzilla versus the other. I don't know what the hell. It's better left to profilers, I suppose. Hell, does it all mean? Does it mean anything? Or does it just all show patterns, years, changes, shifts? And then if you add in the fact that really catch Candace Sr. lying to me and my little at church, and almost the same way that Candace Jr. is proud of the 2020, proud of the gun pulled on DCS, also pops up. It's like, oh, we looked everywhere for him, yelled for him. How do you think I feel my daughter's missing? In this weird way, in this weird look on her face. Same fucking familial exhibited behaviors. But on the news, it's a different face for those things than in person. Same way, she's hushed because she didn't realize who it was once again for the umpteenth time throughout the umpteenth years. She goes zip because she's warned, given a look by a certain. Same way, Dawn somehow knows to shut the entire fuck up. Once Candace sees me, and then Dawn draws an eye and says, yes. Well, I just gotta go by what my wife says, which means that Dawn has got to be in the background denying that he was on that phone or said that at all that day. Candace Sr. on the news is certain Summer has been kidnapped before property could even be searched. But Dawn's first one to throw that pebble in the pond via the phone after 6:09. No, man. Dawn, Candace interviewing together, him saying, oh, She disappeared, and they never found a trace of her either. In the school, and I'm not really sure what happened. I was between Arkansas and which weren't, looking at 13, 14 fucking years either. Shit's weird. Everybody laying low from something. People moving at convenient fucking dates. Weird dates. And this dude's so dangerous. They put it out on the news. He was gonna be fucking released, bro. That's wild. Anyway, whatever though, right? And then let me see. Mm. This might be it. Yeah. Okay. Mm. Let's see which one comes first. Okay, I found the pieces. Give me some. Lucy Riley. What you doing, buddy? Hi, baby. Hey, baby. You gonna come over and be co-pilot or that wake you up from a nap? I did, didn't I? Woke you up from a nap. You look like you're about to cry about it. I'm sorry. I am so sorry, buddy. Or do you think I have treats? Trust me, you don't want nothing to do with these. They'll kill you. That's what I hear. Anyway, so I'm also gonna place these pieces here, honestly, as quickly as possible because I feel like hell. Because of my pursuit of other things and around certain fires and bits today, and because, in the spirit of all things, spiders and webs and bullshit, manufactured chaos, everything being whatever. I guess we'll leave off where we began, which is more YouTube creator fuck stick shit, right? But definitely has played a major role in everything around summer, at least in this, in what was done and what continues, and what's still believed wrongly. Chaos machines, all the purposeful shit, set up shit, garbage shit. The weird tampering and onslaught and targeting, hunting, insertion in, everything in everyone's lives. Origins. Oh, fuck. And if not for the pursuit of other things today, I probably wouldn't have listened to these. And I'm like, huh, what the hell? Alright, let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think that one's got to. Let's see. Is it on this? Oh, okay. No, that one. Then what was this? Oh, yeah. So just leave that up. All right. Let's hope it works correctly tonight. It continues to be a pain in my ass. All right. No, which one of these pieces is first? That's what I'm saying, buddy. All right.
Free gift.
Fancied a break. So it may be something or it may be absolutely nothing. But it's me to look into. I've had so many comments about looking at.
Okay, so this one.
Fancied a break. So it may be some. Hello everyone, it's Michelle here. Hope you're doing well. It's a somewhat cloudy morning here, Northern England.
This is August of 21. I'm gonna speed it up to help myself out tonight. Cause for real.
But it's quite warm. Anyway, I'm going to get straight into it because I'm going to tell you one hell of a story. I'm going to base it all on fact as much as.
Okay, I should probably actually put that back to normal speed for just a minute. She's gonna base it on fact. She's gonna tell you one hell of a story.
Can. I'm going to bring in some allegations, new allegations that have been made about the timeline from both Grandma, who could have been leaking some truth, purposefully or not, I'm not sure. An allegation made by a YouTuber via one of Don's co-workers. And it brings the whole timeline into disarray. I'm going to do this carefully, and yes, it's open to a lot of interpretation, so I'm going to be very clear that this is my interpretation of those facts and allegations. I'm going to speculate at the end. I'm going to give you two possible dark outcomes at the end, but I'm going to make that very clear where it is my own speculation. A few weeks ago, True Crime Rocket Science did a video retracing Candace's steps from Hunter's house to home, using that last video that Grandma mistakenly took of Summer as a reference point. I did watch that video at the time, but I didn't put much, I didn't really care. You know, I thought, oh yeah, that's interesting, but I didn't see any significance of it really. After these new allegations have come out, gone back and watched that video, and I'm reasonably convinced by it. So someone on the ground that contacted and gave some information to True Crime Rocket Science actually drove the route and tried to find the point where that video was taken. Now, we know the timestamp is 3:09 p.m.
Yo, this was before we were public. I didn't know this fucking realm existed like this. I had not seen these earlier, etc. Alright, we wouldn't be known for I think close to another month after this.
That's
it. Now, we were known to this group because we've been hunted, Donodoxus, Pseudox, MIL monster bitch over here being stupid first night, whole night, and then squalls, Facebook groups, and taking a picture of my kids to bait me, and all this other shit, and then people running amok to make us feel like there was more danger than there was, but clearly directed by this group at that point to be stalking us and following us and working in a concerted effort while we were already going through insanity with Monster. It was a thing. So anyway, carrying on.
That's hard. That's a fact. We know that Candice said it was about 5 minutes from home, but what throws that into disarray is the allegation made by Grandma that it actually took them 1.5 hours to get home. Big difference. Big difference. I don't care how bad you are with time, that is one hell of a big difference. And that has bothered me. That has bothered me. And that's one of the reasons why I've really dug into this in the last couple of days. So the informant for True Crime Rocket Science, I mean, it's seconds that you see outside, kind of through Candice's side window of Grandma's truck. And this informant found 2 poles. It does look like the same place. It does. See what you think. And this location is on the intersection between Lone Star Road, which is the road that you would take from Kingsport, from Hunter's house, coming home. It's where Mirrell Road joins. It's approximately, I had to use a church as a location because it wouldn't let me drop a pin directly on the intersection. But it's close enough, it's within a minute. It's about 8 minutes. So that's about right. Right, we know Candice is a bit flaky with time. She tends to underestimate, I was only 2 to 5 minutes. I was only in the shop for 5 minutes. She tends to underestimate. So it's actually a fair estimate for Candice. If that's where that location actually was, it makes perfect sense. And that was 3:09. So they'd have been home by 3:20. Right? However, why would Grandma be so mistaken about her timeline that it took them 1.5 hours to get home? I speculated the other day that she could have got confused with the video taken at the swimming hole, but we know that was, I think it's 12:21. So that's well off, because it was, she could have got confused. However, it makes perfect sense. And that was 3 estimate for time. She tends to underestimate. You drop a pin directly on the intersection, but it's close enough. It's within a minute. It's about 8 minutes. So that's about right. Right? We know Candice is a bit flaky with time. She tends to underestimate. I was only 2 to 5 minutes. I was only in the shop for 5 minutes. She tends to underestimate. So it's actually a fair estimate for Candice. If that's where that location actually was, it makes perfect sense. And that was 3:09. So they'd have been home by 3:20. Right? However, why would Grandma be so mistaken about her timeline that it took them 1.5 hours?
Now, I don't know where these messages poof to. I don't know who the fuck they were to. Maybe they were some ones to Emma and around the area. Fuck if I know.
To get home. I speculated the other day that she could have got confused with the video taken at the swimming hole, but we know that was, I think it's 12:21. So that's well off, because it was 3 hours. That video was taken 3 hours before they would have got home, thereabouts. based on the hardwired in timestamp we know of 309, that makes even less sense.
Now, she's answering, if you see this, looks like she stacked up replies. It's pretty easy to take in those replies at that point when they're stacked like that, and you don't wait on an answer, you know, to do whatever you want with them. But, because I don't know, but I wasn't there when she got it cut. Right? I assume she means Summer's hair. Ever.
And given the conversation, the context that's around that statement Grandma made, it leads me to believe that it was.
And then below all that is the you with them when they took the video in the car of Summer asleep. You see, it's just.
She was talking about the video in question. Where's Tilly gone? I've purposefully come this way to avoid that big mud.
These messages were probably poofed into non-existence around here about like. Y'all remember the early video people had a hold of where you could clearly hear Candace and Candace Sr. on one of those road trips to Wisconsin, wherever, threatening to bust all the kids' asses, etc. People crying on. You can't find that any longer around here. It just doesn't exist. But anyway, carrying on.
I've purposefully come this way to avoid that big mud bath, which is over the crest of that hill, down on the other field. Purposefully come that way to avoid mud, because I didn't want to be bothered bathing Bessie today, but oh dear, she's now digging into mud.
And I believe that particular audio video was actually, I think it was mostly Summer they were, but I don't know, somebody had to find that one. It's been a couple years since I heard it, and you can't find it anymore. And I think it's downloaded somewhere. But it's about as hard, well, no, it's harder to find than the videos of Dawn laughing because of Summer being pushed down, and he thinks it's funny at the carnival.
What the actual hell? What the actual hell? That is disgusting. What in the world? Why? Why would you do that, Tilly? She used to be a real mud lover. She's not so bothered now. A bit older. So anyway, let's move on. So Don has stated in his interviews with Voices Behind the Wall, they've spoken to co-workers. They've had texts from co-workers to say Don was at work all day. But there's now a new allegation that Don wasn't at work all day. Could this allegation be a complete lie on behalf of the YouTuber that I heard it from, or on behalf of Don's co-worker? She can't say the source. So there's a big question mark on it, because we don't know the source. Is it one of Don's co-workers? Is it someone who knows Don? It's got to be someone who knows Don. It's got to be someone who knows that job, right? If it's truthful. But are they lying to get Don into trouble? Possibly. But let's go with it. I might as well go this way now. I was avoiding the mud down there, but I think the damage is done.
I wonder who the liar was and where it came from. Oh dear.
This new allegation, and this is from a channel called True Crime Commentary.
What? From Penny and Scott and their secret super spy source Linda of the Tucker Drywall babysitter version, who also ties back into cornbread around here, who's miraculously had her little fingers in every goddamn thing, including shit between Monster and I in courts and trying to set up my little with this group and the purposeful fuckery with Jenny and Adrian shit. And no, not that goddamn Linda. Surely not. It was also called out by many for making up bullshit. And that's where you all still get the misinformation that reigns supreme over here. Well, hopeful Miss Linda, of course. Because she knew all the co-workers. Then suddenly she didn't. But wait, her son was a cop. But no, he wasn't. He was fucking mall cop. But wait, he was found this. And oh, the agent was that. And liar, liar, pants on fire, Linda. Via Penny and Scott. No. No fucking way. You don't say. Imagine that. See, it's something I've known for quite a long time. Either way, carrying on. I'm just glad it's there for posterity's sake, and even somebody like Michelle's like, well, I got this information from Penny and Scott, and well, we all now know the person who did this fuck shit. Well, not on the real up and up, obviously, and is fucked around with every aspect of Summer's everything. And that she and Brad Vachon, I don't know, man. There's connections in there. Also with, I don't know, they're semi-pretending to be locals across the state line there. And a squall. And a scamathon. And people purposefully having us hunted and stalked. No, there's that. Penny Chase, who, by the way, was supposedly found and brought into the community by TM, Scott's first panel ride, ish, was TM's, where he pre-doxed himself. And then later on lied about that during the scamathon, him and it's the whole thing. We've all been here long enough, right? I don't have to spend 3,000 years going. Oh, but wait, Linda started all things. Oh, but wait, Scott was manager, and then he went through him first, and then Linda went through him, and Stacy Slay. But wait. But wait.
I'll leave a link to that, and I'll leave a link to True Crime Rocket Set.
And if you know, you know. But, and there are still pieces I leave out of what I know about certain shit around some of these creators and the true origins and connections. But, because they're always looking for them receipts that they too could weave, much like Dawn and Candace weave, and well, I ain't having that. So anyway, but at least what you can gather, it would look like Scott came here mostly at a certain point after AB's groups and all this shit, of course, blah, 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 suddenly just busting on the scene. But after the web sleuth thing and this and the other, he writes the panel with the TM thing at first, draw Latina, right? Big old thing during the marathon, number 1 and 2, and vanished in oblivion around here lately. But, yeah, anyway. Oh, Scott. Of course, TCI, like, Scott mostly comes out trying to make his way to McDonald's. That's what he wants. Wonder why that is. See, their channel, even when I came here, was pretty fresh and shiny new. Michelle has built up quite a bit during the summers. Everything. But she was still bigger. I think she's been this shit for years. Anyway. But Scott can't really get to McDonough-ish. In a way, though there's somebody connected. It's definitely doing some things in between all the bigger creators there, including McDonough. Now, and feeding us too. And I don't know. If you've been here, you've been here. But Scott comes on the scene proclaiming he knows the PIs, fucking Homeland Security, the pizza dude, them boys, those boys, whatever the hell's right. He's the go-to fucking dude. He cooks his cornbread in 10 muffin pans at a Jiffy Mix. Not to be confused with in a Jiffy fake fed card team member. Alright. So anyway, and then suddenly they have all the sources. Also, for some reason, 423 is theirs, but not. He hates him. Penny doesn't. TM's boy, too. So strange. Nah, but they all really line back up. All the way back to Squall. Squall his buddies. And been up at one time. His first idea for the goddamn scamathon. Not that long after Dunn starts becoming aware of things. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fun. Just ignore it. Okay. So for some reason though, Scott the Local is aiming for McDonough. And connected back here to some fuck shit. I don't know. Seems like he maybe wanted to push some misinformation as local in McDonald's, or I don't know. But he settled for those like Web Sleuths, Michelle, whatever. They did pump it out. Doesn't matter. And for a very long time, and even still yet, I'd say, Scott was one of Michelle's main sources of info. That should make you all question a whole lot. And how much rain Penny, Scott, and Linda, Chase, certain snake or two, had over Summer Wells community they all fucking built together. You know, it leads right back there and scamathons and weird shit, reward funds, fuckery, shit, I don't know. And a whole hell of a lot of wrong shit done on purpose. Now me, I sit here all the time and I still sometimes wonder, I'm like, man, what if these dipshits are somehow working for the police or they're trying to protect C&D or everything, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, nah. No, not after that shell game I watched Scott and all them play in the marathon to mindfuck people and then take money. No way would feds do that. And then, or anybody allowed to be fucking with shit for them over here in this realm. Nope, not gonna happen. And the criminal shit Penny's got up to for sure. Nope, you don't create a fake Fed and then, nope, that's not gonna happen. So that's out. Well, you're not gonna have a 423 believing he's following and stalking people either for Chris McDonough, you know, and all sort of shit, and then him playing like he's got fucking real police working for him, and any of you be above the board, are you? Nah. Nah. So if they're doing it and they're connected to local cornbread shit, and they're connected to other shit, and they're connected back to the scam fund shit, the blackmail shit, and the bullshit, and being requested to put on my shit on purpose by people from 110. I don't know, man. Why is it bet none of them are working for Elite in any capacity? Who are they working for to pump out this misinformation, and chaos, and lies, and bullshit around C&D? To convolute, fuck up, and tamper with everything around someone, online and otherwise, to make it a bigger circus than it already is or would have ever been without them. Well, I don't know. And for what reasons and motive? I don't know. Probably those few $100,000 they can tally at least in front and in the public's eye. And then some. I don't know. Who the fuck really knows? Leave that to better than I to figure out. Alright? Yep. Alright. Carrying on.
This is video as well. Don wasn't at work all day, and he left between 3 and 3:35. He was not at work between 3 and 3:35. Now, he could have just gone for a bite to eat. He could have just gone anywhere, right? He could have just fancied a break. So it may be something or it may be absolutely nothing, but it's maybe something. Come here.
Man, I'll tell you what, these first vids from Michelle, I was not aware of it. But I'm going to do some, and I've got these downloaded. I'm going to do some digging later, because I already kind of knew she didn't come from where she went. Anyway, point is, boy, when you get a gander where she really lives, and you can sort of pinpoint that, you know, that is not the best. Yeah, it's fine. The origins, bro.
You're tired now? That's a fair way to run. So it puts Candice and Don on the road at the same time, possibly, and in the same vicinity. We know that Don was working on a housing development in Jonesborough. If you travel from Jonesborough through Fall Branch, you get to that intersection of Murrell Road and Lone Star Road, and that would take about half an hour. So if Don was only away for 35 minutes, Don hasn't had time to go and meet Candice at that intersection and then get back to work and possibly hide some or something. doesn't give him enough time. But what if Candice didn't go the 8-minute route home, but she turned down Murrell Road and she meant to meet Don somewhere?
Then I'm sure the GPS on all their phones that day would have given that away and pinged, and they'd already be in cuffs. Now, that's just what I'm saying. But okay. Whatever.
What if that happened? What if? And you might say, Michelle, you've gone into the realms of speculation. Well, I have, except for what Grandma said. If Candice turned down Miller Road and went to meet Don some...
How many times do you think law enforcement and feds and sheriffs and everybody else gotta let you all know that Summer was last seen at her home? That she disappeared from. And that's pretty damn important information to have. They're not going to wrongly release that on Amber Alerts and such. Because, well, it's important for the public to know last known whereabouts. How many times? How long have they been doing this shit to you all? Holy shit. Carrying on.
When near Jonesboro, handed Summer over to him, and then...
Yeah, GPS and everything be damned. Yep. Makes perfect goddamn sense.
Drove back 30, 35 minutes, 40 minutes even, back home. Well, that's quite close to an hour and a half since that video was taken. She drives half an hour into Jonesboro. She spends whatever time on this handoff, a few minutes or whatever. There's the mud bath. And then she drives back 35 to 40.
And get this, also they'd have proof of when their devices connect to Wi-Fi at 110 too. Yep. No shit, not just GPS on cell phones, but they would have evidence of clear crossover from good signal territory into Booth Creek, and then when they arrived home, because devices would have connected to Wi-Fi, they've been used that way mostly, and data swap overs, and what was being used to hit the tower down there that's shitty, but oh yeah, they just ignore it all, man.
Minutes, depending on traffic. Whoa. Check out Cassie's mud bath video on her channel. That is gross. That is absolutely vile. Yeah, great.
ProPlan is always advancing with game-changing formulas that promote mental sharpness and health.
Yeah, great. Great fun. Yeah. Wow. And then she goes like the 40 minutes home. Well, there's your hour and a half. Almost. What do you think to that? So, could Grandma have got that time approximately right and be leaking truth? Maybe she said it because she didn't think that it would cause a problem, because it was truthful to her. She didn't think it through. Or she wants to get a message out and it was a purposeful slip, because she also said in that conversation, what can I do without Candice knowing?
Hold on, I missed that because I was trying to reply to it.
Or she wants to get a message out and it was a purposeful slip. Because
do you really think someone's come and took her? Who would do that? I think done. It's got to be done.
She also said in that
the way he's acting makes him look so guilty. It's untrue.
Conversation What can I do?
Candace Sr. apparently says I think that is what happened, but I don't know for sure, so what can I do without Candace?
Without Candace knowing. And she thought she was just speaking to somebody that she could talk to. And she didn't say very much, she didn't say anything that was incriminating. She was only speculating. She didn't drop Dawn in it. Maybe because she doesn't know. Maybe because she's scared. But if Candace did drive that half an hour into Jonesborough to meet Dawn, Grandma knew that Summer had been handed over. So in leaking this timeline, she's also, and bringing it all into disarray, she's also dropped herself in it because we know that she was there. I'm sorry if there's a lot of wind noise, it is quite windy. This means then that Summer did not make it home. And I've said it, even yesterday I said it, that I worry about that. If Summer didn't make it home, then the three boys have to keep that secret, that Summer didn't make it home. It's easy enough to keep them on that story, easy enough, if they're there. But now they're in care of CPS and they're separated. How much have they leaked? Now, obviously, we're not privy to that. We're not privy to that. Maybe they've said something, maybe they haven't. But it concerns me why Candace and Dawn would go to that risk. But maybe at the time it wasn't so much of a risk to them because they thought they could control what the boys said, and it wouldn't become a worldwide case where YouTube and Facebook are speculating. You know, they completely underestimated the power that this case would have to generate interest. So even though it's not my preferred outcome, you know, I've always thought Summer did make it home and there was truth in, you know, the planting flowers. She had a piece of candy, she went down the basement, blah blah blah. They could have planted those flowers and done those things the day before, you know, so it's an easy story to keep the story straight because they did those things the day before. It did make me a bit suspicious when Grandma just parroted exactly, almost word for word, the same story like it's rehearsed. Using this theory, Summer did not make it home. It also means that the scent that potentially a search dog picked up, you know, of Summer going down the driveway, the search dog tracking her down the driveway onto Ben Hill Road and then it stopped. That couldn't have happened. Now, people have asked me in my comment section, could a search dog have scented Summer from the vehicle? Yeah, if the windows were open, the wind's blowing through, it could be that a scent dog has picked up a scent of Summer last being there, but it's through the scent particles come off your body, they go into the air and then they settle, and they're going to settle on the road. It depends on wind and it depends on a whole range of things, but that for me is possible, you know, because there's Summer scent all over that location. There's confusing dog smells, there's a lot of scent. So if a search dog is trying to pick up the strongest scent amongst a whole range of other scents that are varying strengths. I wish you got in there. Cassie, come on, Cassie. Well, you're stuck now, aren't you? You got through here. Come on, Cassie. Good girl. Sometimes Sometimes horses in that field. That is private property. So I can't go in there.
Oh, so you know the concept. Okay. But yet, in other videos, you just trespass all day, eh? Still doing that. But World Company don't. So.
Oh, that wind's quite strong. See if there's horses. See if there's horses in there. No, sometimes they're in here, sometimes they're not. Tilly's thankful that they're not today. Oh, it really is windy. I'm sorry, guys, if this is affecting the quality of the video. Right, so where are we up to? Some didn't make it home. She was handed off to Don somewhere in or near Jonesboro. Now we're into the realms of complete speculation. Because, yes, we have some hard-wiring facts. We have some allegations that have been made. Oh, yeah, before I move on to the final bit of my speculation, my opinion on this, voices behind all of it, I think it was on Prairie Boy's channel, Mr. Sheriff's channel. Somebody actually asked them last night about this allegation, and they said they didn't know anything about it. But interestingly, Cher kept ringing Don and texting Don. Don could have clarified that. I don't know whether he did or not. I don't remember. But Don could easily clarify. But of course, he's going to lie if that allegation is true. And all of this hinges on Don being away from work for 35 minutes. It's a very specific time, 35 minutes. Anyway, let's move on to my speculation. So assuming that this handoff took effect, why? What would be the motive of driving Summer to Jonesboro, handing her over to Don? Why? There's got to be a very good reason for that, and for lying for the last 2 months about that she went home and blah blah blah. It has to be a big reason. It's not that Summer just wanted to go and see Daddy and go to work with Daddy for a couple of hours, and Don said, "Yeah, I'm not doing much, so therefore let's do it." Because surely the co-workers would have seen her. If they saw him at work at 5:30, they would have seen her. And the story would have been, yeah, she came to work with me, the co-workers can verify this, and then she disappeared. But that's not the story. The story is she went home. It's taken the interest and the search away from Jonesboro. Jonesboro's miles away. By the time the 911 call is made and Don gets home and and the first search team start arriving at 7:03, Summer's nowhere to be seen. Don can hammer the induction theory. Well, maybe there's some truth in that Don does believe she was abducted. So bear with me. She could have been handed off because there was a terrible accident. She was actually deceased in the car, in the truck. Candice and Grandma were panicking like hell. And Don came to the rescue and hid Summer's body. That's a simple explanation. Is it likely? Possibly. It's perfectly possible. Lots and lots of people have speculated that there was an accident at a swimming hole. I've put out that possibility, dry drowning or a bleed on the brain that causes her to, have this concussion.
But you see, if he left there, he couldn't have made it. To bring him back to Jonesboro in a 30-minute time span, no matter which route he took. Also, they could not have deviated off path home. And with those times, or everybody be in cuffs. Right. Don couldn't left the job site, even if he had, I mean, he could, whatever, but he could not have simply been gone for 30 minutes. He couldn't have made it anywhere towards them on the path they took in 30 minutes. He would only had like 15 minutes both ways, etc. They couldn't have paused or stopped for very long anywhere, or people went, what the fuck? And well, if that video was accurate, well, it means whatever would have taken place, the two would have had to meet up at some point after Merle and Lone Star. It only really leaves Gap territory at top shit coming and going from Jonesboro. Well, not when you only got 15 minutes either way. And especially not if you're driving, I don't know, Starlink or whatever the fuck, right? And therefore, Don would have had to borrow a vehicle. But where the fuck's that vehicle and which coworker did it belong to or something, right? Sure, the feds have talked to all them. Anyway, if they had paused at any point in that route for longer than just a minute or two, or even less than that, I'm pretty sure I'd just, you see, no, man. Oh. And well, anyway, carrying on.
Go groggy, and by the time they realise she's out and she's dead, and because she'd only just died, there's no smell for the cadaver dogs to pick up. It's too soon. So that's perfectly possible. Why wouldn't they just say there was a terrible accident, and why would they panic so much when she's died of a bleed on the brain? Now, there's various reasons why that might be. Why they might not want an autopsy. That is really windy. Protect the mic. It's really windy. But I'm on a roll, so I'm going to carry on. I know some of you don't like the wind noise, but what can I do? I'm in the middle of
Temu free gift. Check out this free gift you can get from Temu, a fully functional ATM savings bank.
Wind noise, but what can I do? I'm in the middle of an open field. I have a little fluffy protector thing on the mic, so it could be worse. So there might be reasons why they don't want an autopsy. Why Don, in particular, doesn't want an autopsy. It involves SA. Do I need to spell that out? Now, the other even darker speculation that some people have gone with all along, given the shadiness of Don and Candice and some of the people they know, this is very possible, probable. No, none of it's probable. None of it's probable. But you know, let's bring in the Arthur Conan Doyle quote. Once you've excluded the impossible, what remains, however improbable, must.
Let's just not. Okay. Oh, and then I think we got this one.
It's me to look into. I've had so many. Everyone, it's Michelle. Everyone, it's Michelle here. Hope you're doing well. I'm in the woods this morning just with Tilly. Cassie's gone to work with my son, so she's not here today. I could tell as soon as I left my house that they are spreading all of those piles of manure that have been in the wheat fields for weeks and weeks. They're spreading them all now on the fields formerly known as the wheat fields. So we've got to give that place a wide berth But we're going to follow Tilly, and I think she'll probably take us on her favourite walk. So what I want to talk about this morning is a couple of things. These are things that people have constantly asked me to look into. I've had so many comments about looking at, what's her name, Sweetie Pie Low, and her live with Reverend Donna.
Oh, you don't say. Then all those connect back to certain people. I don't know, calling here in the first hours after summer's Amber Alert's release and such. No, you don't say. Carry on.
The psychic, can't remember her last name, sorry. That is shocking. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit at the end.
You know, this particular group has that habit that mimics another that's in all kinds of shit, and also woven within the ground shit too. Certain point. I don't like it. No, sir.
But what I want to concentrate on is the families in the area of Beech Creek.
Oh, of course.
Now, I've had this information for weeks. I did all this searching weeks ago. I think I mentioned that I'd got some of the family history of Candace, like the Bly family and the Hara family. Talked about that briefly in a video. I don't know when, a long time ago. I've lost track of all the information that's been put out by myself and by others until he's got in there, gone in the river, gone in the creek. Following you, Tilly, this morning. Where do you want to take us? I'm not going in the creek with you, but, you know, I'm following you. It's up to you where we go, Tilly, to this morning. This could get long. And
this is still before the public. Boy, I miss the days even when we showed up, man. They were just pumping out anything. I know a lot of them, like, it hurts their souls that they went from 40, 50, 60, 70, 100,000 plus views on every video down to, you know, damn near nothing in comparison these days, but still more than they get on anything else, really. Especially as those who've grown smart and wise to this group is either skirt away from or won't advertise them or won't have them anywhere near them, and they can't really latch on to anything else real well. But it hurts their souls. Me, I've been hanging out over here with like 1 to 2K the whole time. And still yet, I don't care if it's 0. I bet they do miss the days. 40K average to 100,000 on everything they posted. Poor dears. So yeah, they're pumping out hard and fast. They did so much material. Got before we got here.
Because I'm going to talk about interconnected families, if I get some of this information wrong, because I'm doing it out of my head, like I've tried to memorize it, I'll be putting all the screenshots up. But if I get anything wrong, then future Michelle will pop in as the editor and come and correct it.
Okay.
But I think I've got a handle on it. But COVID brain and all that, I forget details and I get things muddled up.
Preemptive blaming it on COVID. Okay. Alright, got it.
So yeah, that could happen. I don't know yet because that's in the future. But yeah, I've had this information for weeks and I've sat on it because I didn't know how relevant it was. I still don't know how relevant it is, if at all, but I think it might be.
Oh dear.
So bear with me while I explain. See, we're going on the favourite walk. Why I explain all of this information.
Yeah, okay.
The reason why I'm doing this now.
You heard about the experiment conducted by the CIA to expand the consciousness and break free from the constraints of time and space.
Sweet baby Jesus.
The reason why I'm doing this now is because there's been some talk from people in the local area. So, True Crime Commentaries channel.
Oh God, Penny and Scott again? You know, the itty bitty channel in comparison to Michelle's and Ruts. Sure is getting a lot from Scott there, just like always. Just like when it's time to finally turn and just outright eat me too and sudden swap over Michelle. Been a great walk. Anyway. Weird, such tiny little shit stains had so much pull and fuckery in this community. Well, they slither around, even still, quiet until not up for mine icons for the most part of it. Had so much everything in it.
A guy on there called Scott, who's got local knowledge. The reason why I'm doing this now is because there's been some talk from people in the local area. So, True Crime Commentaries channel, a guy on there called Scott, who's got local knowledge, and they've kind of talked about at a somewhat of a surface level that there's relationships between the people in the area. I know there are other people doing videos from the local area, but I'm just going to tell you what I found. So if you've been doing research on this, then let me know in the comments what you found, and it could be an interesting conversation. I'm not saying that this is 100% correct, but I've checked it, double checked it and triple checked it and quadruple checked it, so it's as correct as it can be based on the information in public records.
But yet it's in her COVID brain. She may not be accurate about it, but she sat on it for weeks and weeks. She had it first, but something about Scott and something about whatever. And everything that's lies about that dude and Penny and everything else slash Latasha, you know, whatever, you know, it's fun. It's weird they don't do research on each other, isn't it? They never bother with that. They just monster.
Now, this all is in public records. So I'm not doxing anybody. I'm not.
Hey, just because it's public record don't mean you spread it to millions with falsities to it, narratives, anything else to make. Yeah, it just doesn't. That, you know, you probably shouldn't do that. And not think it can't harm real people or get people. You know what? It's fine. I'm tired of explaining this shit to adults. I did that shit for 30 years. Y'all suck. Common sense, decency, empathy, basic human shit. I've spent enough of my life doing it with monsters. It's always wasted your time, effort, heart, soul, gets you nowhere sometimes. But man, so tired of doing it with monsters, man. Predators, pieces of shit, abusers, narcopaths, people without soul, empathy, heart. Pretend they got a reason or excuse for why it can't bring real harm to. If it does, oh well, it was all public this or it was all that or now you deserved it this or well, we have to look at you. It's all the same thing under different wording, right?
In privacy issues for anybody, and I'm not going to checked it and quadruple checked it, so it's as correct as it can be based on the information in public records. Now, this all is in public records, so I'm not doxing anybody, I'm not creating privacy issues for anybody, and I'm not going to talk about anybody who's currently living.
Damn, how her she well, how that line moved for along the way, huh? She's not gonna mention living people. She's not gonna dox people. Not putting people in harm's way. She's not gonna mention anybody that's living, for safety reasons. Boy, change that up real quick and throughout.
I'm not going to name names of anybody who's currently living. So these are deceased people, all from public records, mainly from Ancestry.com, because I'm a member there. I've done my own family history. So I know a lot of the pitfalls of researching people who've got same surnames in the same area who appear not to be related. I've had all of this problem. My surname is very common. It definitely was in the 19th century over in the area where my mother's side all originated, which is a few miles south of here, over in that direction. And similar to the UK records, it seems to be that some states have got really good records and others not so much. So there are some gaps in my knowledge. And I think that's just possibly because...
Now you see in this video eventually what she comes across as, I believe, in this one. Some sort of bullshit about a couple last names go together. It makes the one fucking sus put in here by a squall on purpose. Right? Kin to Dawn. But only because of that person actually being kin to goats, which are kin to lions, bears, a few others, which are indeed kin to monster. But see, the property goes all the way back to the very beginning to those who are kin and very closely so to monster and other families in the area, though the property does eventually end up in the hands of Mr. Rhodes' second wife, Karen, and even though they're not buried for a long time, somehow ends up in Clyda's hands instead of Mary's or Bill's children. Now, I don't know what kind of aha shit this is, but hey, if you can Bermuda Triangle it just because people in areas are kin and whatever, it must mean something, property, motive. Okay? We don't know yet. It's all fine. Scott, Penny, Michelle. Bye. Anyway, I don't even remember what else is in this piece other than the fact that she mentioned Penny and Scott again that early on. I know it was all fuckery pertaining to genealogy, blah. Nobody gives a shit, blah blah blah. Really, at the end, all you really have are a couple camps lying about stealing, even around Miscode. Weirdly enough, and even then, weird shit changing after Summer vanished. A couple camps that shouldn't have had contact, but were. Even I was like, what the fuck? When I was like, now wait a minute. This doesn't add up over the years. This doesn't add up to just a few weeks ago when we had contact about other shit. What the fuck do you mean this? And then later on, one of those comes out, whole ass lying, weird shit. And then being caught, oddly enough, on PG's channel, not even knowing who the fuck I am after they come out lying. I'm just like, dude, fuck everybody. Swear, man. For a very long time. Very long. And there are a couple pieces I wish I could put out there in this realm tonight that would give answers and connect things where they should be. And so those who give a shit know, and they wouldn't be so misled on it. But see, I can't do that. Not here, not in this realm, or at least not right now. Because they all want to do what PG does. They all want to take the info one night and then the next night shit on it. They all want to create a narrative. Chaos. Webs. Target. Harm. Screw up shit. Create chaos. Tamper with Summer's case on real levels. You got fucking batshit Fruit Loops up here. And then combine it with all the wrong shit they've been fed for so goddamn long by those like Squall, Penny, Scott, Chicken on a Stick, / 400 other names like Alexandria and Smoky Mountain, some I don't know, and then the Rattlers, and the Duncans, and horse shit, and the ABs, and the TMs, and the BKs working with the Mullen, and all this shit's been done on purpose. In a well-organized group effort. By so many. For all their own needful things, reasons. What else screamed it was for Summer? What? Never was. Never will be. Especially if you've got certain people at the helm of it. Just hoping on an extreme version of what they've been doing on purpose since June 15th. And, well, mostly the same tactics they've all used throughout their entire lives. But there are indeed pieces that belong here. That are extremely important. Round Dobbs, around Candace Sr., links they'll all go to keep each other, especially Candace Jr., clear of while all three are aware of things, but they'll throw Don under the bus. Or Don will do this, or Don always has a story and narrative down. Or both do. All these things. These pieces, they matter. Even if it's just a show, patterns, behavior, lives lived. All these things also, these true receipts on these true criminal creators. They also belong. But you can't give out even some of the little ones, let alone the medium and large tier ones, because they, like others, weave with them. Or like Seen Monster do. I gave out 4 or 5 picks, knew it would eventually come along because I knew very early on it was present here behind the scenes. About the same time we became public, it was already behind the scenes here with this group because I knew it, knew what it did. I only gave out a certain amount, and it did exactly what I thought it would do. It and Stahl tried to come on the scene and weave all of those incidents and photos I've given as 1 or 2 events, and then threw out the receipts, hospital reports, and showed it to be the goddamn liar it was. With just baby receipts, nothing more. Because I knew it would do that. Same reason I don't give out all the abuse photos, all the hospital reports, or even remotely all that that monster is, or all that Stahl is, even yet. Because in court settings and otherwise, and here online and all these other things, they don't need them to weed from. So I keep a whole abundance of 30 years of shit to myself. And things after 21. All day, every day, even still. I'm just lifetime, man. But there are many reasons. But there are many pieces. And some days I wish more than anything that this place was not what it is. So they could be placed. Because they really do need it. But you know you can. Now, I can tell you that there's never really been a time I've ever been told I can't say anything by law enforcement. There's been one thing I asked them about, and they're like, well, we wish you wouldn't, but whatever you'll do. Other than that, no. And I asked frequently, I have, to all agencies, about this shit. I'm always giving the same answer. You do whatever the fuck you want. Be on YouTube if you feel like. Anything extra, I say, nah, do whatever you want to do. But I'm not a dumb girl. So, unlike the rest, I ain't out here to put everything out. I do still try to protect based on my own common sense. God, things I know I absolutely should not. And it doesn't take a super genius to figure out or know why. And then just walk through most days hoping that something reaches somebody, despite the fact that I don't want to say, give the place everything. To keep other things pertaining to Summer in her case safe, and with Ellie only or whatever, and to keep this place from running wild as shit in more ways to harm other people. And I hope something, though, in all of it, still reaches the right ears, the right community member, the right neighbor, the right person somewhere across this entire fucking country who might hold the whisper, the key to something. And they help bring Summer home to her community and her. I hope. I will hold hope. And I'll continue to walk through Jurassic Park and the bullshit and these tragedy events and the monster and its helpful sidekick and everything else in pursuit of justice, in pursuit of helping at least one man, woman, child come out of the darkness and feel safe reaching out to where they don't die in it. Just one. And hopefully somebody out there and many others, I'm sure, since there's been a few here since Summer's case, start joining voices and speaking out against these tragedy pimps in a way that can't be silenced any longer by them. Not threatened, blackmailed, doxxed, targeted, tormented, their children threatened, services used. Man, if y'all knew how dark you've literally watched them here for entertainment purposes. Put targets on people's backs and think it funny they could get them murdered. And you've watched creators threaten to murder us. And that doesn't even touch the iceberg of what's been done to us, and it is still. Yeah, and you should see the last couple weeks back here. What's not known publicly yet, and what they're still doing. But you're watching little cute vids for and giving them clicks on, but you don't quite get yet. Because all the receipts aren't here, and some of us are also choosing not to respond to it. Because we know they're being seen. It's one hell of a walk. But it's worth it. If it helps others, it brings truth, justice. If it saves just one somewhere, if it saves the next case from these people, it brings summer out of the chaos and the mud and jello, so that law enforcement and courts can bring justice for her. And until, no fact, either way, I'll maintain hope that when she's found, she can speak from her own lips and tell her own story, so the world stop telling it for her. Stop projecting on her. Stop making her everything except summer. And so she's not just a mystery, not just a story, not just a 10-year revisit piece for the news, like Rose. That summer story is not forever chained to that fucking cursed ass road full of fucking monsters, while the rest of us have at least managed to get semi-free, even with all these fucking monsters still rampaging, right? And still living with the scars of them and the pain and the abuses of them in so many ways, even daily. In a world, on top of that, making it even harder with their horse shit. Anyway, yes. Right now, I'm off here. As you can hear, the cats are up for their midnight type of three. They're a little late, honestly, because they moved it to 4. But as you can hear, they're clearly on a bender. It's time for their snacks, and then hopefully they'll go back down for a nap. We'll see. I think I'm probably gonna join them. Try to eat a snack. Oh, and try not to touch any buttons, for sure. Try to rest for a while. Wow. Anyway. Yeah, I hear you. It's snack time, I got it. I just fed them. And they have chocolates. Whatever. They're always after something. Anyway, guys, I am off here for the night. So, if y'all don't care, please share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for help. Cannon does save lives across the board. It's been proven to do so. From domestic violence to abductions and kidnappings, even down to those who are nonverbal or elderly or stroke patients or choking while single in an apartment. Man, it can save lives across the board. The more you share it, the more we'll know it, how to use it, and how to recognize it. As always, please share Summer's picture information and call her by her name. And by information, I do not mean YouTube, creators, or bullshit journalists like Bullhorn or JL or any of them, for fuck's sakes. I also do not mean any of us around here who say XYZ about our experiences or what we witnessed or whatever, because you never know what will or does not count or isn't shit or whatever, blah, blah, blah. We're not the information, nor are these YouTube freaks or creators or whatever, okay? TBI, FBI, law enforcement, local journalists, investigative journalists. Those where you get real info to share with Summer's picture, name, right? It's a very tangible way to help her, help find her, and help bring her back to our community and her brother. It's also a tangible, yet odd way, like it just is. It can even help find the person or persons responsible. Maybe after staring at an ocean of Summer's face and information, maybe eventually weights will be worn and they'll do the right thing and turn themselves in and realize they can't run. Can't run and they can't hide forever. Maybe one day they'll do what's right. All on their own, or maybe somebody around them recognizes them being weird around certain things shared or seen or watched, whatever, and they have an aha and they pick up the phone and they turn them in. There's hope. There's always hope. Anyway, y'all, do remember, if you really want to help open and active investigations, the victims, survivors, fighters, their families, law enforcement, the cases, a good way to do that is to actually turn it back a little to where tragedy pits aren't in control of anything or trying to insert or do all of this around these cases. You would then be given real information in real time by law enforcement. Again, real press conferences on probably a pretty regular basis, and news pieces and witnesses around these things, neighbors, friends, family, all that wouldn't be terrified to come forward and speak, and like they've always done for eons, safely without being terrified of groups like this destroying them, right? Or their communities, or their lives, or their children, or targeting them. And if you want to see that change in this not be normalized in society or around open and active investigations, well, definitely contact your local and state reps. Ask for very precision-based laws. Hammer down these platforms for even tiny changes that can mean the world and mean that these criminals can't get up to a whole lot of things. And crimes even against you all, and taking advantage of you as subs members, etc., winding vulnerable up in blackmail and targeting behind the scenes to keep them involved, using them as criminal buffers, getting them in trouble, throwing them, runs the gamut around here. It also would start keeping a curb on, I would hazard to guess, real super bad criminal activity, rubbing elbows, this much money changing hands online. And I'm talking the extremes of criminal behavior, extreme cartel movements, extreme trafficking movements, things like that. They often hide where the most money can be cleansed or pushed through. Alright? And well, let's get real. Y'all think cartels and traffickers are just offline? Or you think they're joining in on it these days? I'll bet they're pretty tech savvy and doing their own things. For sure. Yep. Bet they are. All through super chats and all these methods and crypto and Dogecoins. Anyway. Cleansing, funneling. So, y'all keep all that in mind. But please do remember that little pebbles of goodness and sparks of light, little sparks, they can change the whole world. They can save lives. They can travel everywhere and do that. You may never hear about it, know it, but change starts somewhere, don't they? Anyway, guys. Y'all have a good night, good morning, good evening, wherever y'all are.